sort of break it down. But my obsession with wanting to know, wanting to understand life. You also have that, by the way, that quality. It's a blessing and it's a curse. I just have to know and figure it out instead of just let it be and experience it. Like yesterday, Harry or whoever that guy is in Andrew's room was saying like the first step to even want to like understand Christ is to like invoke him and constantly want like communion with him. I mean, this is crazy shit like to say in this time and era. But I gave it a thought. I was like, this is how the ancients did it. They asked, they desired, they got. And such is the mind. It just listens to you. Even if it's placebo, it invokes something. And that allows for like gratefulness and bliss to persist in human like. You gotta buy more guns. In our lives. That's all we want, no matter how we get it. And the Spirit will talk to you. Jesus will come and talk. And like he was telling everyone. And people were asking how. How crude those atheists can get in those rooms. But it was... Oh, they always want to know how. Yeah, how do you do it? Oh, who. Who, how. Prove it. So stupid. Like Cora, for example, she's a cool, like, in fact, her model in mind, like her worldview is so similar to that of mine. And I'm a theist, and she's an atheist. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's all about worldview, I think. It's how you see the world. And based on that, your God fits in to that. We create our gods, basically. Yeah, but when you focus on just being godless, yes. you don't have a world. You don't have a world. You have nothing. Yeah. Because God equals hope, basically. Desire. God equals drive, potential to actualize. The actualized always wants you to actualize, because it is full in and of itself. It doesn't need. So this too is our desire. In fact, this is our desire. If you don't have that desire, aka God desire, to become actualized, as like to reach the highest potential, what is that then? Like, how empty is that world? What kind of worldview are you building off of?
Whoop, whoop. Hello, everybody. I hope you're having a grand day.
Boop, boop. Nargis, there is no such world that God doesn't exist. There cannot be. But there is a place in which God does not exist. Can you guess? There is no place where God doesn't exist. There's only one place where God... There is no place. There is no such place. No such place. Where God cannot exist. Can you tell me where? In the mind of an atheist? Yes, in the mind. Very good, very good. God can't. The only place where God cannot exist is in the mind.
Yes, there is. There's God in mind.
Because that again is the illusion of the mind, right? God will always be that backdrop, no matter what.
The illusion of the God in your brain.
The illusion of no God, basically. They cannot.
The illusion of God sometimes is bad, though.
Yeah. So that which is cannot not be. Right? It's all isness, man. Yeah, how?
live your life without that backdrop. Can't imagine a life without it. It's like I've lost something to clean up.
Guys, I'm chilling underneath the tree, having my last joint for border. Please get in the airplane as we are boarding soon.
Where's my stuff? Did you drop it? What have you done to my house? I can't anymore. I have so much work to do. Look at you. Here it is. Go sleep. Let's take it out. Let's to work. Go down. Go on down. Go on down. What have you done? What have you done? What have you done?
Home again.
Oh, I can't sing that for you. I like to be here when I can.
Yeah.
I'll sing it for you. Okay, wait. Let's do this. Time. Pink Floyd. I like to be here when I can. When I get home, cold and tired. I like to warm my bones beside the fire. It's the acoustic version. Give me a minute.
What's up, Searcher? Welcome.
Hey guys.
What's up? What do you got?
What I got. Well, I was just listening to the conversation earlier, and I heard something on the lines of even if it's placebo, as long as you get to that state. What is that state that we're talking about?
Sorry.
So you were talking about.
It opens up on 3, right? They fixed it. My bad. Oh shit! I'm just gonna go. I had to do this shit.
Like, I think I'm talking about Samadhi-ish. See, okay.
Sorry, call it.
Like a samadhi state, maybe.
So
whatever that is.
Yeah. So what is it? I mean, what does that mean for a human being, for example, to be in that state? Are we then closer to God?
Yeah, I guess you can call it that. Like humans will call it closer to God, but mostly I think it means like closer to your highest potential, like highest perfection state, like a state of completeness. Because that lack will just persist within humans, right?
Can you be in that state while you're awake, or do you have to like shut down, sit in a lotus state in a dark room somewhere with eyes closed?
No, I don't. Yeah, I think initially it's like a discipline, but eventually I think it ends in some sort of like being able to produce that anywhere and everywhere. Sort of. It's like there's a poet called Kabir, and he says like, "Bazaar mein khada hai Kabir." In the bazaar, Kabir stands still. Like no matter what happens, right? In that loudness and that crazy humdrum.
I see. So that's what you can also call a state of bliss, being
Yes, yeah.
where you can look at the clouds, on the trees, and you get this feeling, right, of everything alive.
Alive and one.
Alive in one, yeah.
Yeah, without distinction, without calling it anything.
Yeah. Have you ever had that experience?
I've had that experience.
And how long were you able to retain it?
Yeah, very short. Like I think forgetfulness becomes our like biggest enemy. Mine at least.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you kind of fall back into states of like material calculations. And for me, like I have these plunges into like hedonism every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
So you're overthinking it, Narjas. All you need to do is take the deepest breath of the day and do an Om, and then you can get right back into the creative vibration.
Have you ever tried to document for yourself what made you get into that state?
Or desire.
Mm.
Like nothing, everything begins with some sort of, I think, intent and desire. The need to want to know.
Yeah. But all these, religious exercises that have been given, across, be it Islam, Christianity, or Hinduism, there's always a state where you are supposed to disconnect from the world and pray. And you need to make a repetition out of it. So there must be something to it, right? To that repetition.
Yes, you're just disconnecting from need. The more need for something, the more attachment to that thing. Like you give your body less of food. This is why like yogis and most gurus would like meditate within caves within the foothills of the Himalayas and stuff. Because you're not just disconnected from the world, you're also like sort of disconnecting from need of sensory perception. Can't imagine a world without that.
I think the whole thing can be boiled down to property taxes, because in other parts of the world, you can use your house as like your permanent meditation and hermit, kingdom. But in the West, you're forced to constantly be in movement your whole life to constantly just be able to afford your property taxes. So we have like a legal categorization on the planet. Different parts of the world are operating legally different, and that impacts our behavior.
Yeah, but a lot of it. Okay, let me just put it differently. How much of it? Hold on. Let me. Go on, Metro.
cents and doesn't even pay property tax. So, Mr. Universe, when your children are young, right, you want to live in an area in which the taxes are good. They might be a little high. Because guess what? Your children are going to be sucking up those resources. But when your children are gone and in school, there's absolutely no reason for you to stay in such a high tax area. And you see, if you're just not smart enough or witty enough to know that life goes through these cycles, right? And maybe your father didn't teach you, or your uncle, or your brother. I don't know who the fuck taught you, but they taught you wrong. You have it all wrong. It's not about paying the tax. It's about paying the tax at the right time. Because we're all going to pay tax. Okay? Someone like you who's single, doesn't have children, yeah, I'd be pissed about paying a high tax because you're not getting the resources. You're not sucking them up. I'm putting 4 kids through school. Okay, I'm going to pay high tax. Do you know how much it would be to send them to private school? Do you even have an idea? So yeah, I'm going to live in a better area with better schools. And then when me and my wife get old, my kids graduate from high school, we're already making our way out. We're making our great escape. Does that make sense? I think the last year or so, you should be paying more because, your last child is due it, depending on how, far apart they are from one another. Are you going down? Are you going down? No?
Well, in response to what you're saying, I looked up the.
I don't know why you even brought that up. I don't even know why you brought that up.
Well, I looked up the tax brackets in Muslim countries, and it goes as high as 9%. Like they barely have taxation in Dubai and all these Muslim countries. They don't tax the way we tax here. And I'm just saying that actually prevents many people from spending time on philosophy, and anyways, it's just the West versus the East, and I'm just saying I think you can break it down categorically by law and taxation, because obviously
they don't have to tax in countries like that. They have so much money.
No, but they do tax. It's in Islamic law. I'm just saying Islamic law.
I understand, but they don't have to. But they're not really taxing for the operations of the government, right? Like they've so much money.
Yeah, I know, but what do they do with it? They let it sit in Wall Street investment banks. That's what the Saudis do. I mean, that's why they're so goddamn integrated and powerful and so influential with the United States and our operations. And anyways, I was just merely commenting that because
I think they can afford to bomb each other too. I think that's the other great thing.
That's true. But I don't like the thought that like people are obsessive compulsive over, oh my God, I gotta find out how I can figure out God is real. How can I prove God is real? And then spend years like engaged in religious debate, religious research, reading books. Like to me, that's kind of a neurotic schizo way of education. And I feel like there were parts of my life where I was like all consumed with trying to discover some kind of secret that other people weren't hip to. But I like what Alan Watts says, that the meaning of life is, not it's not a riddle to solve, it's an experience to enjoy, basically. So that's kind of the way I look at life now, is even Clubhouse is an experience and a happening. And I want, I record everything because so much of it is so frivolous. And as somebody called me, pedestrian. So there's just like this frivolity and ludicrousness of people coming on a conference call every day to play a game, in the way that there's so many varieties that people play this game. So it's an interesting like observational piece, but also the words that people are using from an observational perspective, if you're like contrary to their position, is interesting. You could just Google like top Democrat buzzwords of 2026, and like that's very insightful to see how people on the left are using specific terms to have communications, or vice versa. Republicans on the right, or Muslims, or evangelical Christians, or So, anyways, hello.
Got a question. Yeah, so like I'd like to know what is the reliable information regarding Jesus and before his crucifixion? Like in Islam, they say that he substituted. Sometimes it says he swooned. So how do I know which one is right?
Which one do you think is right?
So in Christian narratives, they say that like the apostles, they died for believing that Jesus Christ died and resurrected. I'm starting to believe that. I'm having doubts in Islam. So I like to know, like, because Islam says that he was substituted and that he didn't die on the cross. But some people say that he went on the cross, but he didn't die. He survived the cross incident. How do I like resolve this?
This may not be.
That was written before the Quran, and where they got that idea. I could share that with you. I think ultimately the choice is going to be up to you, man. So, but I'll share the book with you. Give me one second.
Call. Hello?
Yeah, so
Hello?
I'll show you a text from the first and second century, right? Which that might, gear you in either direction, which is up to you. And they were a group called the Valentinians or the Marcions. Valentinian is going to be more. You'll probably find more information with that. So if you go to that book, 479 is the page. 479. I'll even put it in the chat.
Yeah, can you please put it in the chat?
Put it in the chat, and the page is 479. And these are the people who thought he wasn't like he didn't have a human body. He was just spirit. He was just pure spirit. No, he couldn't die on the cross because he wasn't a man. And this was their view. Yeah, this was their view.
Is that the right view?
You know what? I don't think it is because he was a real person. Like, so now you asked me about my personal stuff. So, he was a real person. He had a ministry. He had a real life. The reason why I don't believe in that one is because they made the Old Testament God the demiurge. Like, they made him the evil God that could never know who the real God is because he was only the God of this universe. But there was a higher God. So it's a multiple God theory. It's a hierarchy. And plus, when they took Paul's letters or they took stuff from the Old Testament, they kind of changed. They kind of just picked and choose what they wanted in the text and left parts out. So I wouldn't, that's the reason why I wouldn't believe in that one.
Where do I get more information about the truth? Like, is there like
that's on you, bro. That's on you. I can only push you in the right direction. So I'm telling you, I'm going to be very biased. I'm a Catholic, So I'm gonna believe, he's sent from the Father and all that good stuff.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you, brother. There's plenty of information out there,
Clubhouse has definitely proven that reading comprehension is a major problem, and actually spending time to read for consistently day to day, an hour a day, it's like it doesn't happen. And what's interesting also is when you listen to people actually try to read on this app, it's very difficult for people to read, and you're like, wow, I thought this person would be able to read at a much higher rate, but they're actually very slow and they can't pronunciate a lot of words and they struggle. So, there are nonprofits that help people actually practice reading, and it's not necessarily intuitive because we're just so technologically consumed with all that content that to actually help people relax and sit down and read, like, that's a great gift for somebody, because like many people are just so quickly running through life that they don't have a, basically, I guess, like a, what is it, a havruta or something, twin flame to like consistently read, because that experience of reading it, especially if you read it out loud, is a very unique experience, unlike any other experience. And it's actually what people here in this room, particularly, are most interested in. So, it to me, it's actually like a mystical experience reading some of these books, even the Bible, obviously. So, hello?
Hello? Yeah, I mean, if you keep searching for those answers, you're going to get them. Either way, you're making the best decision for you, brother. I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you'll be all right. A lot of people like the rituals about religion. The prayer, supplications, these types of things. Yeah, people really like those types of things. So, like, if you're happy in Islam doing those types of things, I would just tell you to keep doing that. Until you figure it out.
What's some of the nonprofit organizations that help you read Universe? Can you
just go on Google, and you could maybe try to find something local. I used to work with one in Manhattan Beach, California. It's just like, I can't remember the name of it, but you could just Google like local reading workshops, local book club. One way to do it yourself without the club is to just come here on Clubhouse and use the Clubhouse as like a reading room to record yourself reading and to record other people reading. And you can, try to coordinate and get the same book so you can follow along. You can also record yourself using another cell phone or your current cell phone reading a book, just using the recorder function, or you can use YouTube to or use your camera and record yourself reading and then upload the video and then listen to the playback. That's how I do it. It really reinforces the comprehension if you can hear yourself reading complicated material, because then you start piecing together all the concepts and it becomes like a large language model for you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
The Pritzker team is running a message of raising wages and lowering costs.
I'll see you guys later.
You know what? How about lifting all ships? Right? They talk about, we're going to make it more affordable. J.D. Pritzker's. was that they were going to test the alien craft that night.
Yup. Another day. Man, my wife made some slamming meatballs last night.
Well, how'd you eat them? You make a sandwich or just pasta?
Oh, it's awesome.
I was looking up yesterday the Constitution of Islam. Have you ever read the Medina Constitution by Muhammad?
No.
So I looked at it. There's I think 47 amendments to it. A lot of it deals with blood money. A lot of it deals with like political organizing and making different tribes responsible for their prisoners, for their hostages, for paying the blood money. A lot of it is allowing Jews to operate underneath the authority of Muhammad. And then also calling themselves out as a new separate political entity throughout the world, independent of all other political organizations, and they call themselves the Ummah. But from the perspective of the Jews living in the area who are involved in many of these declarations, it's incredibly odious, obnoxious, ridiculous. I mean, it's as if somebody in your own neighborhood said, "You now work for me," and it's basically gangsterism, mafiaism, and criminality and tribalism and gangsterism. I mean, it's gangs, and it's right there in the Medina Constitution. If you read it, it's 47 amendments, and I was just like, I was reading it yesterday on Wikipedia. I was like, oh my God, I've never heard anybody talk about this because I was reading Winston Churchill quotes about Mohammedan law and how ridiculous it is and destructive it is and how harmful it is to women because it makes them literally chattel property. And Winston Churchill's quotes on Islam are really interesting. But that led me to realize there's got to be an Islamic constitution. Like it has Mohammedan law. So what is Mohammedan law? And then, you can get into the Sharia aspect. But the problem with a lot of religious Muslims on this app, etc., other places, is that they're not willing to discuss Mohammedan law as opposed to the Sharia religious Ummah perspective. They are incapable of basically stop being religiously extremist and get to the law on the ground in the courts and all that stuff. So I just thought it was really interesting, and I bought a bunch of books on Muhammad and Islamic history. I'm looking at one right now called The Many Faces of Political Islam. It's just a really interesting topic because historically, the Christians and the Muslims with the two caliphates and the invasion of Europe, there is this major conflict between European Western Christendom and political Islam. In its multivariate form because it's different throughout all the countries. So it's just a really interesting topic and debate, especially a lot of these people are just learning English for the first time and they can't express a lot of the, I'm sure, concepts in English. I am complete.
There it goes. Constitution of Medina. Thank you for the new topic. Sometimes we need somebody else bringing up topics. This is a good one. This looks like a rabbit hole. You know what? I haven't punched it in my chat yet, but let me tell you something. Once I do,
I was debating Mikhail on it for like an hour yesterday. He kicked me to the goo 5 times, then eventually kicked me out of the room because it makes all or nothing claims. From a debater's perspective, to me, it's like the holy grail of debating Islam, because the Constitution of Medina makes such outlandish, ridiculous assertions and legal proclamations that and I used Grok to do a literary and a historical analysis and comparison between Western judicial progression and Islamic law, or the Mohammedan law. So it's really interesting how they contrast. And from a Western perspective, Islam is intolerable because it's, anyways, I don't want to say it's psychotic, but it is. It's an in group that declares all out groups under its control. It's basically it's mafia gangsterism, and it's tribalism at its worst. So that's what the Constitution of Medina. That's why you can use it to debate in such a way that spiritual, religious Muslims can't win that debate, because they're living in 2026, not 700. And when you update them to the year in which we're living and the progress of judicial, and legal Western progression from Magna Carta to the Constitution, et cetera, these documents make the Constitution of Medina look so ludicrous and low IQ that it's shameful that people can actually agree with what it's saying, especially with regards to the treatment of Jews. That in itself is so despicable that Islam, in my opinion, needs a constitutional convention. And the Constitution of Medina is where it has to start. Muslims around the world have to come together and update the Constitution of Medina. I am complete.
I'm sorry. I wish that was the case, but when Allah speaks, it's eternal. It's forever. So, yeah, good luck.
I mean, it's just a talking point, but I'm just saying that, like, debating the Constitution of Medina with Muslims is a very interesting way to engage with Muslims, because now we take them off the ledge and bring them back into the courtroom, and we say, hey, these are your amendments and your proclamations. Let's go over them one by one and try to find out whether or not we think it's okay in 2026. Hello?
No, but you see, hello? What you're doing is you're letting the cat out of the bag. We shouldn't be telling them these things because we want them involved in them, and then they figure it out when it's too late. So I don't understand why you want to tell them these things. Let them back this shit up. Why educate them? Why keep universe? Why do I have to keep educating Muslims on their own doctrine? Is it my response? Is this my calling?
No, but
Am I the Muslim whisperer?
I'm just saying that Clubhouse you should try to treat it like a courtroom, because there are people on this app that come on here and make death threats regularly. And I've told those people they're out of compliance, and I say, you can't come on this app and use it as a place to make death threats. That's out of compliance and you're in the wrong. And as you've heard, many Muslims on this app just regularly make death threats. So what I'm just trying to say is that, like, you're the judge. We are either, the plaintiff or the defendant, and we are here to engage in a professional legal correspondence communication in a court. It's your creation, it's your experiment, but I'm not trying to educate. I'm trying to bring up a topic that no one brings up, the Constitution of Medina.
It's going to be to the point where this is such an interesting topic that they're not going to know about it, because they'd rather hide than asking. It's a contradiction that God and man can be a God and a man at the same time. That's more important than knowing about the Constitution of Medina. Did you hear the conversation I had with this guy? His name was Dodo. literally explained to him the who and the what and how he see God. What's the first question he asks me? The same thing that I just said to him. They have no respect for nothing. They have no respect for other humans. They only want to hear out.
Yeah.
And kiss the ass of the other. They don't have conversation.
You see Rabbi down there? He is basically pulling the same shtick that Jordanian schmuck in Toronto, who also went by Rabbi McDickerson. See, these Christians that come out of the Middle East that have lived amongst the all or nothing Muslims that claim that they are their bosses, I think it all originates in this Medina Constitution, where today you have all these Orthodox Christians living amongst Muslims. And you know what the percentage of approval rating is from Christian to the Muslim? It's like less than 10%. They hate. Talk to any Christian that comes out of the Middle East, and they literally hate the fucking Muslims. They hate them. They hate their attitude. They hate their legal correspondence. All of it. Like, their attitude sucks. And it's all, in my opinion, it's all because of this Medina Constitution.
Oh, so you're saying that it resonates, even if they don't know about it, it still resonates within that. Okay, I see what you're saying. But why don't you read me one or two of them? Is that possible? I mean, what are the most? Let's
Yeah, sure.
start with charity, and then we'll get worse and worse, I guess. I mean,
it's also a historical document. It's not like a religious, esoteric teaching of Muhammad. It is a legal, historical document, and it's like, I mean, it's not legislated. It's a proclamation. It's not like a debate. It's not an election. It's gangsterism. It's mafiaism. It's tribalism at its worst. And what I'm saying is, many of the Muslims today that the Christians hate, those Muslims don't even know about it, but they still are acting subconsciously through progression as if they are the Ummah, and everybody outside of it, is subjected to their political organization. It's not just religious, it's political science and political organizing. And it's right there in this historical document. It's a very important Islamic historical document. And every major religion has their set of laws. And Mohammedan law, this is the first example of Mohammedan law. And I've run it through Grok, I've run it through ChatGPT. There's a tremendous amount of information on it in terms of like groundbreaking political science, but it's not groundbreaking. It's fucking oppressive. It's fascist. And it's not socialist. It's oppressive gangsterism. And it makes Muhammad the final arbitrator on everything. If you can't solve, it says I can't remember which one, but it says, if you have a conflict, you have to go to God or Muhammad with your conflict. They are the judicial branch. Muhammad is the executive branch, and Muhammad is, the congressional or legislative branch. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's so perfidious or so odious because it takes our three branches of government that we believe, has checks and balances and makes it an all or nothing fascist, messianic, occult, gangster, tribalist, type of setting. Hello?
Stagnant. It's just old. Are you saying it's just an outdated system, or like, what is it? Is it outdated?
Yeah, it didn't update. And what I'm saying is the experiments in the West with jurisprudence, Magna Carta, and individual liberties and freedoms, that's the update of mankind. But Islam is still living from the 622 Medina charter. It's the Charter of Medina, or the Constitution of Medina. They're still living off of rules and laws from 622. They don't update. And so, you know what? Fuck them. Fuck them real good. They're cocksuckers. Fuck them all.
We get rid of the Talmud at the same time. I'm just saying, for us regular people, it's not really beneficial.
guess if you want to, yeah, sure. Why not? I would be more focused on seeing if the United States can help update this system in Medina. I think with our influence, we could show them the proper, because I mean, we did a great job with the oil. That I'm thinking that if we just show them the same way with their government, I mean, we wouldn't have these problems in the future. I mean, look how well of a job we did with Israel. I mean, look at their government; it's so liberal and progressive, and I mean, look at Germany. Look at what's the other one? Japan. You know.
Okay, so
the
let.
thing about Israel is it raises the gay flag more than it picks up the Torah nowadays.
Okay, so listen, these are some key features and principles of the Charter of Medina. It's the creation of the Ummah, and then they claim religious freedom. See, this is like the woke version of it, in my opinion. It says the document is divided into 63 clauses explicitly allowing Jews and other non-Muslims to practice their own religion, which we know is a fucking lie, because the next one asserts collective defense. It says all parties are required to share in the expense of Muhammad's wars and mutually defend Medina against external threats. So it forces compulsory. It basically it enslaves Jews. Either you will join us in our war or we will fucking kill you. And we don't care if you practice your little fake religion at home. It's so ridiculous. Caleb, do you know about the Charter of Medina, the Constitution of Islam?
Wait, this sounds like a civil war. Sounds like the Civil War to me. I don't know, man. I don't think this is a good argument. They're just gonna throw this back in my face. Like, well, you brought the Africans here, then you made them fight, and then you made them build the country. You know what I mean? Like, they're gonna say the same thing about us. The one thing we can say is they're not second-class citizens. I mean, sky's the limit. So, I don't know. I guess we can look at the times. The problem is that they're not practicing it. So they don't have a system.
No,
they don't have any research and development.
What I'm saying is right now, if you talk to a Muslim on this app, they are still literally living by the 622 Charter of Medina. And if you want to live with them, you got to pay them their tax, but they're the boss. There's no parliamentary debate. The Ummah and Muhammad and Allah, that's the rules. It's just so unfair. And this Medina Charter shows the way they treat Jews. And I got to read you some other parts of it. I mean, you have to read the text and actually think about it from our perspective and just how ridiculous it is. You could. It's obvious that the Jews that were living there wanted to get the fuck away from this mafia kingpin. It's just gangsterism, and it's right there in the history. The charter is a historical document. Anyways, the way that they break it down.
Let me see if I get some bullet points. Yeah, keep going.
Well, let me just go to the Wikipedia page and read to you what I think are the most controversial clauses of the charter.
Would you be able to tell us about the dancing Israelis by any chance, Mr. Universe?
I don't know. What's it like being schizophrenic and retarded? Okay.
I don't know. I would ask you.
Yeah, I know. Projection's a motherfucker when you figure out what it is.
Interesting. How you're not happy with Islam, but at the same time you have this double standard and you won't call out Israel.
So the second amendment in the charter says they shall constitute a separate political unit known as an ummah, distinguished from all the people of the entire world. That to me is the first warning sign, the red flag of an all or nothing statement, which is a cognitive distortion disorder. We all know that parliamentary debate, parliamentary decision making is a collection of intelligence. But the Ummah relies solely on one man. Okay, that would be my first complaint. As we continue on, you go through all the blood money declarations, which basically relieves Muhammad and his ummah of all liability. This is the second part of the scam, is that he literally defers liability of prisoners and hostages and all reparations to these individual groups like the Banu an Najjar and the Banu Amr ibn Auf. So he's basically naming these groups as captains in his new hierarchy of mafiaism. Now we get to section 12, where it says, and the believer shall not leave anyone hard pressed with debts without affording him some relief, in order that the dealings between the believers be in accordance with the principles of goodness and justice. So calling people believers and non-believers to Muhammad's all or nothing statement that he is the prophet of God is, again, another major red flag. Second part of that is also no believer shall enter into a contract of clientage with one who is already in such a contract with another believer, meaning that you can't do two deals with two believers, because basically now you're creating a Ponzi scheme. So much of this charter deals with debt resolution, because at that time, historically, there were tremendous debts between these groups, and everybody's arguing. So Muhammad is trying to act as the judiciary to essentially resolve these major conflicts, and that's what this charter deals with. A believer, this is number 14, a believer will not kill a believer in retaliation for a non-believer, and will not aid a non-believer against a believer. And as Megatron said, basically this sets us up for civil war conflict, because either you're with us or you are against us and you're a non-believer. Number 15, the protection, dimma, of Allah is one. The least of them, the believers, is entitled to grant protection. Again, protection. This is what the mafia does, or they call it yujr. That is binding for all of them. The believers are each other's allies, mawali, to the exclusion of other people. Again, the believers are each other's allies, known as a mawali, to the exclusion of other people. This is just basically a charter for a mafia organization. I cannot believe people can't just break it down that way and see how, like, the Cosa Nostra and their hierarchy structure, it is the exact same fucking thing. This is number 16. And that those who will follow us among the Jews will have help and equality. Neither shall they be oppressed, nor will any help be given against them. Number 16, that sounds pretty nice. Now, don't forget, Muhammad views these people, they're not going anywhere. He thinks they're a part of the background. And so he's not just going to give up a group of people that can contribute to his ummah, but it's not true equality. Number 17, and the peace of the believers shall be won. If there be any war in the way of God, no believer shall be under any peace with the enemy apart from other believers, unless this peace be the same and equally binding on all. So again, we go from, we will give Jews equality and we will not oppress them, but they have to join us in our wars. Like, what the fuck? I mean, number 18.
All right, let me push back before we go to 18.
What the fuck?
So, what they're saying here in this post is that it's often described as one of the foundational documents of the first Islamic
they call it the first Islamic State.
Party in Medina.
It's the charter of the first ISIS.
The surviving text is known mainly from early Muslim library sources, especially Ibn Asham and Ibn Ashaq, rather than from an original signed manuscript. Scholars do not agree whether this one single document or collection of several agreements issued over time. The page says most historians accept some form of its authenticity, but there is still debate about the wording, the participants, the timing, and how exactly it functioned. So that's going to be their pushback. Do you understand? Can you handle some of these questions? I mean,
yeah, for sure. Again, you have to look at this as like a constitution or a charter, which is the roadmap for a project. If you've ever worked in project management, which I know you do, and you have to create charters and do all of this planning.
Just do scope of work.
Scopes.
Scope of work.
This is a scope.
Yeah.
This is a scope. Anyways.
Yeah, but scopes are short term. They have goals.
Okay, this is number 19. It says, and the believers as a body shall take blood vengeance in the way of God. Number 1, and undoubtedly pious believers are the best and in the rightest course. Number 2, and that no associator, non-Muslim subject, they call non-Muslim subjects non-associators or non-believers, shall give any protection to the life and property of a Qurashiti, nor shall he come in the way of any believer in this manner. See, if you look at the different caliphates and their expansion into Europe, that's why this is such an important document, because it's very simple, and it gives them the legal authority to essentially do what the Ummah does, which is described in this document. It's not like this is some kind of advancement in human theory or political science. This is like, I'm telling you, this is so rudimentary gangish. Like in Chicago, we have the Gangster Disciples. And if you want to join that gang, you have to write the charter on a piece of paper, and it becomes like an incredible piece of artwork, but it's got all the rules of the gang. This is the same fucking thing. Our Constitution.
You got to see what I'm getting out of this. Preserves identity, but subordinates it. So each tribe keeps its customs. Disputes go upwards of Muhammad. And there's a constitutional inclusion of Jews. The Jews are described as one community with the believers. They keep their religion, and they must be loyal to the political order. But they do say religious tolerance doesn't equal authority.
Okay.
They do say that many of these rules
they're
conditional loyalty to Muhammad's system.
Yes.
Jews must be okay with it.
Listen to
must participate in defense.
Yes. Listen to number 20.
Yeah.
And if
cannot ally with enemies of Muhammad.
Listen to number 20. And again, these are supposed innovations in governance. They're not innovations. They're basically duplicitous methodologies to get what Muhammad wanted. This is number 20. And if anyone intentionally murders a believer, and it is proved, he shall be killed in retaliation. If he kills a believer, that guy's going to die. Unless the heir of the murdered person, that means the son or daughter or the husband or wife, be satisfied with blood money. Isn't that kind of like intimidation? You know, like you're going to take the fucking money. There's not going to be no fucking trial. You see what I'm saying? And all believers shall actually stand for this ordinance, and nothing else shall be proper for them to do. That, dude, that's fucking intimidation money, man. That is so. Number 20 clearly shows you that there's no due process. There's no trial. You don't get social justice when your fucking husband was murdered. The Ummah comes to you and says, "Hey, we're sorry about your loss. Here's the money." Say, "Oh, I don't want the money. I want you to try. I want you to try Abdul over here and kill him for killing my husband." And then they say, "Well, he was a believer. We can't kill a believer, and you guys are non-believers." You see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. It's unfair. There's no trial. There's no. Anyways, socially, it sucks, dude. That's fucking gangsterism right there in number 20.
Yeah, I can see issues with this. Yeah. Well, I'm going to keep reading.
Number 22 says, and that whenever you differ about anything, it could be like, I don't like the color of the button on your shirt. You got to refer to God and Muhammad. Now, Rabbanu Shalom, if you listen to the Jews, Rabbi Tevye said to Rabbi Tuva, hey, you're missing a button on your shirt. And he's like, why didn't you ask Hashem, to get you a new button? He goes, I wouldn't dare go to Hashem, waste his time about my button. He says, go to Hashem with everything. But here in number 22, we learned that if you got an issue, you don't have to just go to God. You can refer it to God, but you also have to take it to Muhammad. And now that is really one of the problems with Islam, is that Muhammad has this special judicial dispensation. And this judicial dispensation, again, gives Muhammad the ability to make all or nothing claims in the Ummah, the separate political body from the whole fucking world. So, again, this is in group, out group. It's not Gnostic. It's not unity. It's not one God. It's one God, but with one political all or nothing special appropriation. It's really totally unfair to people outside of the Ummah. And thus, it creates perpetual conflict, which you could say is a methodology. And I think in America, with the Republicans and the Democrats, this uniparty system, I think actually it's kind of the same principle where it's the Tao, basically black and white. We intentionally create a friction and a conflict to basically excel, exceed, to go forward. That it's in some ways part of the recipe. And a lot of people don't like that cooking. They don't like that recipe. Anyways, number 23. And the Jews, this is what I was most surprised about, is that the Constitution of Medina, the Charter of Medina, it's like all about Jews. So it kind of shows you like an inferiority complex, meaning that they know that they're up to no good. These are all the red flags. I was so happy to read this because I was like, man, I could tear this apart in a debate and make a Muslim look like a fucking asshole. This is number 23. And the Jews shall share with the believers the expenses of war, so long as they fight in conjunction. So could you imagine making this proclamation, going to like an auditorium full of Jews in one of these tribes and being like, listen up, everybody. You guys are going to have to share in the expenses of our war and our conquest. And you have to fight in conjunction with us. If not, well, we got bad news for you guys. You ain't going to like the outcome. Number 24. And the Jews of Banu, shall be considered as one community, Ummat, along with the believers. Again, remember, this is a declaration. The Jews there didn't get a vote. They were told this by their new masters. Again, this is a reframe. This is Muhammad's imposed projection and reframe upon the Jews of Banu.
Sounds like protection to me.
It is. That's why I say it's so much like the mafia. It's protection money, blood money, intimidation money. You know, we killed your husband, so here's a little money. Shut the fuck up. There ain't going to be no trial. For the Jews, their religion, and for the Muslims, theirs. Be one client or patron, but whoever does wrong or commits treachery brings evil only on himself and his household. I kind of like how they follow it up there with like, even though we might not catch you, we want to warn you. That's what it's really saying. Number 25. And the Jews of Banu an-Najjar shall have the same rights as the Jews of Banu Auf. Oh, isn't that nice? They are literally publicly declaring in their charter that the Jews of Banu an-Najjar and the Jews of Banu Auf will have the same rights. Isn't that nice of them to declare that they get the same rights? But they don't actually even say equal rights with us in the Ummah. Again, this is all framing. And if you understand political science, and you can also detect the inferiority complex of the individuals who are now trying to essentially reframe the entire dynamic of their environment. And the Jews of Banu Sa'idah shall have the same rights as the Jews of Banu Auf. And the Jews of Banu Jusham shall have the same rights as the Jews of Banu Auf. So all these Jews living in the Saudi Arabian province in this area, or in Medina and all these surrounding areas, they were issued proclamations saying that they have the same right. Well, they're like, well, no shit. We already fucking knew we had the same rights, and you're taking away our fucking rights. So now you guys can kind of see the reframe of the frame. Number 30, and the Jews of Banu Tha'alba shall have the same rights as the Jews of Banu Auf. But whoever does wrong or commits treachery brings evil only on himself and his household. Remember, that's the warning. Like, don't fuck around or you're going to find out. Number 31, and Japhna, who are the branch of the Thalaba tribe, shall have the same rights as the mother tribes. Man, I can't... See, if I was Jewish living around these cocksuckers, this would have been my warning. This would have been my red flag when I was like, you guys, we have got to get the fuck out of here. Where are we going to go? And I'd be like, well, I heard about this place called Europe. Germany sounds nice. They got plumbing? Let's go! That's what I would have been said as soon as I started reading the Charter of Medina. Number 35, subsection 1 of the Charter of Medina. And that none of them shall go out to fight as a soldier of the Muslim army without the permission of Muhammad. Basically, that's what the five families say. You can't whack a capo unless you get the permission of the Godfather. Oh my God. Do you guys see the genius of basically reinterpreting the Charter of Medina as the charter of the Don Corleone crime family? God, these guys were fucking merciless. Number 2, and no obstruction shall be placed in the way of anyone's retaliation for beatings or injuries, and whoever sheds blood brings it upon himself and his own household, except he who has been wronged, and Allah demands the most righteous fulfillment of this treaty. Now that sounds like an all or nothing statement from hell. You could just say that to like anybody in any situation, give nobody any justice, and they just be like, what did he just say? 36 subsection 1, and the Jews shall bear the burden of their expenses, and the Muslims theirs. Again, the Jews shall bear the burden of their expenses, and the Muslims theirs. But you know what? What are the Jews' expenses? Well, it's what we fucking tell them. It's what they're going to pay. Subsection 2, and if anyone fights against the people of this code, they're of the Jews and Muslims, mutual help shall come into operation, and there shall be friendly counsel and sincere behavior between them, and faithfulness, and no breach of covenant. Now that sounds pretty nice, right? However, again, this is a public proclamation declaration. It is political propaganda, meaning when people read this, they were like, oh, well, that sounds very nice that they're going to give some equality.
Well, you keep saying, but you said that like 12 times. I read it to like 12 of them. Like, so like half of them you're saying are nice.
Well, what I'm trying to say is Muhammad has to frame it to make it politically acceptable. If he was to just make this a troll document and shit on them, it wouldn't be nice. But he's trying to essentially conceal his true intentions. That's the essence of all political science, is to basically make people think that, see, he's trying to do a positive dialectic here, but it's not, bro, because you know at the end of the day, the Godfather he's the shot caller. This is just a way to basically make it seem like he's not the shot caller that he is. Up next, the clients, Maula, shall have the same treatment as the original persons accepting clientage. He shall neither be harmed, nor shall he himself break the covenant. So a lot of this is contractual agreements and trying to define what it means to go into contract with someone. Number 40, and no refuge shall be given to anyone without the permission of the people of the place. The refugee shall have no right of giving refuge to others. Now, this is reminiscent of our own Constitution about housing foreign soldiers without asking permission. Number 41, and that if any murder or quarrel takes place among the people of this code, from which any trouble may be feared, it shall be referred to God and God's messenger, Muhammad. And God will be with him, who will be most particular about what is written in this code and act on it most faithfully. Well, again, this was written during the time of Muhammad. It's not perpetual. It's not like you can go to Muhammad right now in 2026 and get some judicial relief. This was specific to the time and place in which Muhammad was living. He was trying to essentially protect himself and make himself the sole authority. Number 42, the Quraysh shall be given no protection, nor shall they who help them. the Quraysh shall be given no protection, nor shall they who help them. Meaning that Mohammedans will destroy the Quraysh and anyone that helps them. Number 43. And they, Jews and Muslims, shall have each other's help in the event of any force invading Yathrib. So again, this document was not voted on by the Jews. It was told to them by the new Don Corleone, aka Muhammad. Number 44, subsection 1. And if they, the Jews, are invited...
Wait. How do you know that?
How do I know? He is. This is a proclamation.
They didn't have control.
This was a proclamation.
This document.
The Jews had no input into this. They're being told. This is a proclamation by Muhammad.
I think you're looking at this completely wrong.
This is the Charter of Medina by Muhammad, not by the Jews. The Jews are all like, what's this new shit? What's this new document we gotta read? What the fuck is this shit? Holy shit. Let's get the fuck out of here and go to Europe. This is fucking bananas. Who the fuck agreed to this shit?
You know what you need to look up? Because I think you're leaving a big part out of this. Is the Ibn Ishaq and Ibn Asham. The people that say they have these works of his lifetime. And who actually is on that document to say that they have these, or who's the one who went to go look for them? Because they only know about it because of some German guy that went down there and collected information about it. It's not like they actually have these documents. They don't. We have a copy of a copy of a copy, and then it gets to a German guy, and then he writes about it. I forget what year he did that. And then someone else wrote up after him. And then that was it. And then from there, they take the story to be authentic. It's just really weird. So it's kind of funny how you're coming up with this information. Or how they have this information. Because I'm not exactly sure let's take any of these things serious.
Well, I don't think people do take it seriously, and I think that they probably should, because if they knew just how rudimentary and obnoxious their own constitution is to the persecution and prosecution and malevolent treatment of their fellow neighbors, they would realize, you know what? Maybe we weren't so nice to all these people, and we came down kind of hard on them and forced them into our revolution. Because again, the Ummah is its own separate political body. That's the new in-group, and everybody else, well, you're part of the fucking out-group, and now you got to pay some protection money. And we're sorry if we killed your dad, but here's some fucking money, and you ain't getting no trial. So fuck off. Like, that's the type of attitude that's going on here. Number 44. And if they, the Jews, are invited to any peace, they also shall offer peace and shall be a party to it. And if they invite the believers to some of such affairs, it shall be their Muslims' duty as well to reciprocate the dealings, excepting that anyone makes a religious war. So they were worried about religious war between themselves. I'm thinking, like, these Jews at this point, like, they had to be on not on the fence. They were on guard, I think, as soon as they saw this charter. Subsection 2. On every group shall rest the responsibility of repulsing the enemy from the place which faces its part of the city. Oh my God, every group. So now they're saying now the Jews got to fight for their part of the city against an invading force trying to destroy the Ummah. Number 45. And the Jews of the tribes of Aus, clients, as well as original members, shall have the same rights as the people of this code, and shall behave sincerely and faithfully towards the latter, not perpetrating any breach of covenant. As one shall sow, so shall he reap, and God is with him who will most sincerely and faithfully carry out the provisions of this code. See, I really love how at the end of it, they always throw out this very like pompous declaration, which is like a flattery to good intentions, but it's really not. Go ahead.
I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about, but listening to you read something from a book is so much better
than what I did for the past 25 minutes, which is maybe 35 or 45, which is listen to Concrete rant and drone on monotonously, endlessly, racially charged without making any sense whatsoever. I feel like I am stupider for having listened to that. And listening to you read from a book, I don't care what the book is. Just the fact that you're reading from a book, it just sounds more pleasing to the ear.
Keep going, please. Thank you.
Somebody muted me up, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, but keep going.
See, I think when you use Clubhouse and you actually listen, to somebody who's allowed to just free flow their thoughts, you become the Concrete. And that's actually the experience you had here. And that's what you don't like, because it's totally obnoxious and outside of what you think could be productivity. So you aren't just what you say you are what you listen to. And it's an experience. And we are currently reviewing the Medina Charter by Muhammad and just how unfair it is to the Jews. Subsection 46, and this prescript, this is the last one. And this prescript shall not be of any avail to any oppressor or breaker of covenant. And one shall have security, whether one goes out to a campaign or remains in Medina, or else it will be an oppression and breach of covenant. And God is the protector of him who performs the obligations with faithfulness and care, and is also his messenger, Muhammad. All right, everybody, I want to thank you for coming to Muhammad the Musical, an Islamic journey of faith in the Ummah. This is Bible and Quran, the Constitution of Medina. In the Bible and Quran room put on here by Megatron, our faithful shop steward, constantly putting in drills, working on all kinds of carpentry and banging around with hammers. He himself is
I don't know, fucking partner. You're not gonna make me do this on my own. Megatron, did you ever get a partner the other day, or did you have to do it all by yourself while everybody else had a partner to work with?
Well, I complain about that because they have partners. You understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand all too well, my friend.
Okay, thank you. If you have a partner, why should you be bitching about what you do? I don't have one. But do I need to hire another guy for that? Are you okay?
What do? Do you do carpentry? Do you do drywall? You do roofing? You do flooring? You do walling? You do pressure washing? What do you do? Electric? Plumbing?
I do a little bit of enough.
You like a handyman?
Yeah, I'm a gardener.
He's a gardener. You like a lawn guy?
Exactly.
So do you think that the Jews living in Israel and all the Arabs and the Muslims that surround them, do you think it's kind of like the white and black relationship in America? Hello?
That's actually my opinions on that. I mean, but everything you described there is exactly what the Christians did when they came to America. So I'm gonna think that those rules are kind of like pansy compared to the ones.
Wait, what did the Christians do?
What haven't we done?
Did they cut people's heads off?
It gets messy. I don't think we do it. No, it's just because that's satanic.
Well, then they're just cutting heads off.
That's what I mean. It's because they don't know. I guess somebody didn't tell them. This is not cool. They read the book, they know.
You know what I think is weird is if it's not only that the immigrant drivers are driving bad, but then you pull up alongside them, you roll down your window, you try to give them a tip, like you say, hey, you're in a left turn only lane. You're not allowed to go straight from this lane. And they say, what do you want me to do? What do you expect me to do? And they don't even say, thank you. They just say, leave me alone. Go to drive your car.
Is everyone in this group from like New York? You all have the same accent.
It's the East Coast.
Okay.
Well,
the universe contains multitudes.
I was talking to
Everyone on this app is from New York. I'm not going to fool you. They say we're in other places, but they're not.
Well, I was talking to Mikhail yesterday, and he claims that the Medina Charter is like resolved, and that I don't know. He has a way of like resolving this. I suppose even historically or spiritually. But the only reason I bring it up is because it just when you try to like reframe their frame, it holds up, and it's totally unfair and ridiculous and medieval. But I just don't get the feeling that Muslims are updated. And actually, I do kind of believe in evolution of the human body, not just like spiritual evolution or cosmic evolution or psychological evolution. I think like physical evolution could, and I think that Americans could be like actually higher evolved human beings than the British. Because I've seen some videos of like British leaders who look actually, in my opinion, like their bodies haven't evolved. And therefore, I think their intelligence has retrograded and possibly brain rotted out because to let your whole country become Muslim in the way that they've done it, like unstoppably since the 60s, like maybe it's because the best of them left and went to America and they were left with all the low IQ and unevolved body types. It's just a theory. Could be comedy. I don't know. Hello?
What's with the whole thing?
Oh, that's a Clubhouse thing. No, I understand. It's a Clubhouse thing because I go into rooms all the time and I hear women going, "Hello?"
Yeah, you knew your topic, so there's more to the show.
Hello? Hello?
I figured I'd go do something. Maybe I have something to do over here. Is your job like this, my friend? You just walk around like Bishop.
See, what's so amazing about the cult of Muhammad is that it's just right there in the paperwork. He actually says, if there's conflict, go to God, but also come to me. I'm the new guru and arbitrator of all your conflicts.
No.
So
that sounds legit.
Yeah, but basically he's so successful at it. I mean, to think that right now in 2026 he has 1.1 billion people that pray to him, love him, and think that his way of life is the optimal solution to colonialism, to Western imperialism, to unenlightened legal systems. But when you actually look here in the charter, the legal system is just based on intimidation, blood money. And it's just, so it goes to show you that a true Muslim is a true Muslim if they know nothing about it. If you know nothing about Islam, well, then you are a true Muslim because basically you have to just be stupid and you don't know anything about what you think you know. And I'm not saying that doesn't apply to all religions, but what we really have here is not a religion. We have a guruism, a political shop, a political in-group versus the political out-group, and it's all or nothing. And in cognitive behavioral therapy, they call that a cognitive distortion disorder. And there's a checklist of cognitive distortion disorders like mind reading. Many people mind read. They think they're thinking about what somebody else's brain is thinking or something. It's like a compulsive behavior. And because of all the stuff that they have in there about the Jews, it just it's a red flag document. Like, view this as like a dating profile. You swipe right on the Charter of Medina and you're like, I'm detecting a lot of red flags on this profile here. that's basically one way to like compress it, to try to get home my point that uh, Western culture and Charter of Medina culture are at odds, and it's just a historical fact. the the Islamic invasion of Europe, whether it's 2026 or 725 or whatever year of the caliphates, um, it's a dark period in human history because it's basically industrialized mafia gangsterism, all or nothing thinking based on brutal slaughter, like hardcore
Yeah, but I
conquests.
don't know what's wrong with that.
Well, it's not intelligent, and you can actually basically do a comparison between the intelligence of
Yeah, all
Magna
right. So I
Carta
think they're really
Constitution.
sloppy. I think they're kind of sloppy when they talk about it. Probably.
I'd like to answer. I'd like to.
Other than that, I mean, I think it's just hey, they took over the land.
Well, if you say what's wrong with that, the answer is it's not intelligent. But why? What's not intelligent about it? It's because with language translating apps and books and writing and psychedelic drugs and psychotherapy and meditative thought and cross-cultural experience, we are able to communicate more. No, just chilling and being homies. We are able to communicate with each other through the process of chilling and being homies, and we should be able to transcend what we've been doing for millions of years, which is smashing each other's brains with a rock. And if he's saying the Charter of Medina culture is not compatible with cosmopolitan contemporary Western culture, the issue is if we keep smashing each other's brains with rocks, we're going to keep smashing each other's brains with rocks. And eventually somebody's going to smash your brain with a rock. Or you're going to be forced to smash somebody else in the brain with a rock, which I don't know if you've ever cut off the head of an animal, but I've cut off the head of a deer. And it sucks. It's very challenging to do. And I would never want to smash anybody's brain with a rock or have to cut off anybody's head. And so I think that the problem, when he says it's not intelligent, it's that it's caveman stuff. And we've been doing caveman stuff for 3 million years. Now we have Clubhouse, and we have Vic lighters, we have automobiles, and we should evolve. We should allow ourselves to evolve past.
I think, my friend, I think Megatron gets that, but I just want to submit that if I could try to define God in any way accurately, it would be to say that God has to be the highest level of intelligence in the universe. Whatever, if you want to say the whole universe is like a collective intelligence, one way to look at it is to actually look at a tree. My friend here actually does a lot of stuff in the forest, but I have a tree in my backyard and I was looking at it and I thought, you know what? Every man and a woman is a leaf, and the branches are communication networks. And there's all these other variables impacting this tree system of leaves and branches. And there's all these different variables and names for different parts of the tree, whether it's the roots or the husk or the whole, there's different parts you could probably give names. But anyways, what I'm trying to get at is that whole network is the intelligence of God. And when we can expose historical Islam as being unfair and not up to date, we can try to bring other people who are actually not up to date. And in that way, we can actually create a more stable peace and security, because there are homicidal people on this app. Mikhail is one of them. And yesterday he confirmed that he will kill, he wants to kill, he wants to be in a war, he wants to see incredible chaos and devastation. And he does believe in an Islamic caliphate, and he thinks that Islam is the greatest updated version of religion 2.0. And those are the dangerous people who, the thing is, you'll never convince them. I'm just saying, from like a public speaking perspective, to try to like put some light on dark periods of history by showing the all or nothing statements in documents like this. Because we could also now transition to Magna Carta and then get into Declaration of Independence and try to show transcendental thought, which is saying that we will still engage in professional soldiery and war, but this type of gangster mafia, Don Corleone, Five Family shit It's not acceptable in polite society. And we will root it out and we will fight it to the death. In the same way that the FBI, CIA, etc., has probably gone to war with secret societies, and they themselves are a fucking secret society. But anyways, I'm just trying to say, the last chapter of Balthasar Gracian's book is "Be good." In a word, be a saint. And when I talk to Mikhail, he's like a demon saint, And I'm trying to say, be good on both ends of the spectrum, because that's your greatest security, cognitive security you could hope for, is try to tell people what you mean without being mean, and therefore you won't suffer any retaliation. But this document of Medina, the charter, it doesn't do that. I am complete. Hello?
You got a problem with that, though, and it's twofold. Number one, Islam already had a period where it tried to do what you're wanting it to do, and it did not work. The Islam you see today is probably the latest iteration of it. Before, it was a lot more broad in its scope and thought, and somewhat more accepting of new ideas. And then something happened, the Wahhabis took over, and it just kind of closed down. So you can go backwards. The second problem is the people on the opposite end of the spectrum of your friend Mikhail there, who don't want to fight or run into conflict at any point or any way. And it's much easier for them to punish you for bringing up the problem than it is to punish them for being the problem, which is what England is full of.
Yeah, but he's lying about Mikhail. He's just being a big baby about it.
Well, I'm just using him as an example.
He feels threatened by this man.
No. Using him as an example. I'm just saying there's got to be deranged people out there who are dangerous people, and they can utilize. See, philosophically, the now is a compression of the past and the future. We don't know the future, but if you spend time studying the past, you're basically clarifying the now. You can't really predict the future, but based on the compression, I'm just saying Islam, has a technical problem in this charter. This is an old project. They're still running the same experiment on an old project charter. Their scope is out of date, therefore they all suck and are out of date. Yeah, they don't care because they're stupid. But see, that's the fun of making fun of people and calling them stupid.
So you have to change the values. It's not about intelligence. Like I could say, hey, look, this might shock you. It might shock you because you have the same values, but so does it won't shock them. Just be like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's what I want.
You see any patches? I'm asking you. That's it, guys. Good job.
See, I think I actually would like to have been a lawyer, because when I listen to litigators on this app go on a dopamine litigation tear, you realize that like courts and lawyers and protocol and the ceremony of going to trial, it all sucks, because those fuckers who are making money there at your expense are just going on a dopamine trip at your fucking expense as the victim of a court. It really kind of sucks. So I could see how legalistically, referring all issues to Muhammad and the Ummah could probably be better than going to like a Western woke liberal courtroom. And I'm not saying I want to be a Muslim. I'm just saying I think a lot of the Americans, especially in the legal, judicial, industrial complex known as lawyers and attorneys, they are fucking vampires, and they shouldn't be entitled to the high adjusted gross income that they derive out of the blood and sweat and years of labor of Americans who are victims to attorneys and lawyers and judges. I am complete. You know what's so funny is I got slandered when I ran for Congress. They claimed that I committed petition fraud, but the funniest thing is the guy that claimed that, the attorney who represented Darren LaHood, my opponent, he got paid $120,000 for 1 day of work to show up before the judge. Isn't that fucking amazing? $120,000 a congressman paid a lawyer to challenge me, John Kitover, in court. And so for him to slander me, but be one of the greatest paydays of his fucking life, I made that for him, and it's only because I ran that he got that fucking money. And I didn't commit fraud, but slander and libel in politics is real because you can slander anybody. I mean, they're going to have to bring suit against you. And it does impact, voter sentiment on whether or not they want to go to the ballot box because now they think you're a fucking scumbag. But anyways, that's neither here nor there in the Megatron Daniel Uma room. Tamario, welcome to the room. Are you aware of the Charter of Medina?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question?
Are you aware of the Charter of Medina issued by Muhammad?
Oh no, I'm not familiar.
Are you a Muslim, sir? Because we do believe that there's a high correlation amongst Muslims that are completely unaware of the Charter of Medina, the Constitution.
Are you a Muslim, Tamaria?
No, I'm not a Muslim.
Okay.
We have Beef here, the legendary ginger Jew of Clubhouse, the fierce debater of Islam. Beef has had Beef has had an incredible journey and experience here on Clubhouse. I've heard him cry. I mean, just pouring buckets. But this is...
Wow, the other day I heard him say to Norm, die, old Norm. And he said something like he did a rap. He was doing a freeze. Did you hear this?
I know. I did, actually. I heard the follow-up. I also heard him follow up on it. Beef, you're one of my favorite people here. I just want to let you know. And the fact that you don't bring me up on your stages,
it's like, I'm going to make you drink my cum or something insane.
Yeah, really crazy. But look at his PTR. Look at the coloration in his skin. And see, I don't have issues with sun, but I do have, everybody has skin issues. Like Chelsea Clinton, Hillary Clinton's daughter, I just saw she ran like the Boston Marathon. And I was like, what in the fuck is wrong with this bitch's skin, bro? She's got psoriasis everywhere. I was like, yikes. Like, she was so pale. And so I do think there is something about the sun. And if you are a Christian and you are constantly referring to the sun, there's power in the sun. I do think I'm just a sun worshiper. I'm like a cat man. Because come 4 o'clock, when that sun is pouring through my windows, I just want to sit in the sun. And I think it's good for you. And it's the source of tremendous power and health. And if you don't like the metaphor that Jesus Christ is the Son of God the Father, the universal God, I mean, you just don't understand Marvel comic books. Because if we have a universal God and we have a universal sun, it's just metaphor for the light of the sun. And this is where Kabbalah comes in, where Ein Sof, the limitless light, pours into all the 10 Sephiroth. And now you got 10 variables to meditate on, like Chokmah, Binah. Like, these are mantras. They're vibrations. Hello?
Wait, real quick. Beef, real quick, Beef. Hang on, real quick. Beef, wait. No, but real quick, I've got a question for you. But I have a question for you, actually. I was going to say something to you.
One sec.
Well, no.
Welcome to the stage, Beef.
Yeah.
To the stage.
But I wanted to ask you, Beef. But hang on. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, but Beef.
1 second. Hey, 1 second. Hold on. 1 second.
Hang on. I know you want to crash out. I'm sure you want to crash out, but I just wanted to ask you, how come you don't accept me to the stage? Every time I'm in your rooms and you're the moderator, you never invite me to the stage. I'm just wondering about that. When I'm in the audience in your rooms, I always raise my hand when I'm in the audience in your rooms, and you never invite me up on the stage when you're the moderator. I'm just wondering, why don't you invite me up on stage when you're the moderator in your own rooms? Do you have a problem with me or something? Because there are many times that I've been raising my hands when I've been in the audience in your rooms. I'm talking to Beef. Beef, basically, when I'm in your rooms, I've raised my hand and you don't let me up on stage. I'm wondering if there's a particular reason why. I'm going to let you finish. I just wanted to ask this question really quick, if I could. The question is essentially, when I'm in your rooms and I'm raising my hand, you don't let me up on stage, and I'm wondering why. I see that you're trying to respond, but I wanted to ask you this question first. I'm going to let you finish. You can go right after me.
Go for it.
But I wanted to ask, how come when I'm in the audience in your rooms and you're the moderator on stage, why don't you let me up onto the stage? Why do you always make me wait in the audience? I see that you want to speak, but I'm trying to ask you a question. So I don't even know what you're saying. You're probably saying some sort of nonsense right now. You're probably talking right now about fucking me in the ass or making me drink all of your cum because you're a little gay boy. I don't know what you're saying. To be honest with you, I have no idea. Nor do I care. But I do have a question for you. My question, quite simply and plainly, I'll just try to ask it again because I'm sure that you're not listening. But my question is, when I'm in the audience in your rooms, and you're the mod. Hang on, can you just listen to me for a second? So when I'm in the audience and you're the moderator on stage, you don't let me up on stage. Like, I have my hand raised, and a lot of time goes by. Other people come up on stage. Big Zed comes up on stage. Caleb comes up on stage, but I don't know why you don't let me up on stage. Anyway, that's my question for you.
The answer is because you're a piece of trash. You're a rotten, disgusting, smelly piece of trash. All of your contributions are worthless. I don't want to speak. You're not intelligent. You're not funny. You don't have a savoir-faire. You don't have a sang-froid. You're not a fucking wit. You're just a fucking piece of trash. You're annoying. You're a loser. You're ugly. You're stupid. Nothing you say is of any merit or value. I find you uninteresting. You're a fucking literal fucking worm intellectually and rhetorically. And I find it completely uninteresting to hear the sound of you. So the reason why I don't invite you on stage is because you are just a literally worthless fucking piece of trash. You're a fucking rotten, self-hating
Thank you for that
piece of
explanation.
shit. That others hate you as well. So it's not just self-hating. The world hates you, and you are fucking disgusting. Your thoughts are disgusting. Your heart is disgusting. Your dreams are disgusting. Your plans are disgusting. Everything about you is just utterly worthless, uninteresting, listless, fucking gray, milquetoast, boring, fucking
thank you for
uninteresting, redundant, unfunny, worthless fucking trash. That's why I don't bring you on stage.
Okay, thank you. I just had that one question.
Can I hear that again? I
just asked Beef a question.
Hold on. I want to hear what he had to say. What were you saying, Beef? Can you say that again?
Oh, yeah, sure. So what I was saying about my friend is the reason why I don't invite him on stage is because he's literally worthless. Nothing he says matters. He's the most boring person I've had the displeasure of running into on this app. It's actually fucking blood coming out of my ears when I hear you. You're a fucking plague, an audio plague. And even when I put my fingers on my ears, I still can't drown out the shriek, shrill, fucking awfulness of your voice.
Okay. All right. Now it sounds good.
John Kitover, I had a question for you. Now that we've gotten that question answered. You said that you had a video.
Thanks for letting me go first. I appreciate
document. You said it was popular. Where can I find the video that you have about me discussing Islam in my document? I'd love to watch it.
Thanks for letting me go first, Sam. That was nice of you.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. I hope you found my answer satisfactory.
No, it's not a video.
Very clear.
Sam, it's not a video of you discussing your document. I screenshotted your Google Word doc and made a video out of it, and then overlaid Muslim music, and it was very popular. I'd have to Google it because I have over 100,000 videos on YouTube, so I'd have to search for it.
John Kitover Islam, something like that, or
Maybe. I think maybe you could type in like Sam Rosen Clubhouse Islam Google Word doc. Maybe. Oh, and I just wanted to say that earlier, that piece of shit, annoying, schizophrenic, Jew-hating, anti-Semite rabbi was in here. And I just want to say that I said to him, when you realize what projection is, it's a motherfucker. Because there's a little projection and then there's a big projection, the big P projection. And if you believe in the little self or you believe in the big self, when you insult other people and you do ad hominem projection, it's always just, the way you feel about yourself because your dialectic is who you are. And so everything that Beef just said to my friend is the way that Sam Rosen actually feels about himself. And I feel sorry for you, Sam. And I hate hearing you cry on this app. And I just hope you find the strength within your tuchus to bust a nut and be happy again. Hello?
Wow, that was very kind.
I am happy again. I was, when he first met me, I was very miserable because I'd recently gone through a divorce. I was living in a church of my father's. It wasn't the best situation. But now I live in Slovenia. I have a hot fiance who's really wonderful and smart. I traveled to Venice recently, and my life is really good. So I'm in a good place.
Well, so why do you feel the need to be a douchebag online?
Well, you were being rude to me, so I decided to just...
No, I wasn't. I was just trying to ask you a question.
No, you weren't. You were just being redundantly...
You got on stage, and I was going to go first. I was already on stage, so you didn't respect the fact that I was here first.
But you just kept droning on about, let me ask you a question, why you don't bring me up, but you said it like
so did you. You didn't mute the phone. Well, if you're the moderator of a public space and you're trying to moderate a Phyllis...
It's private.
Well, it's essentially a public space if the room is public.
No, it's a private... It's my house, my rules.
Yeah, but anybody can join.
Yeah, but they can't join the stage.
Oh, gentlemen, I hate to interrupt you, but I just wanted to tell you a quick story. I was working at Avon as a supervisor, and the manager, Molly, said, John, I want you to go fire Tyrone over there. Tell him he's fired and get him out of the building. I was like, yes, ma'am.
I've heard this story. Please, this is one of my favorites. Please continue.
So I came up to Tyrone. I was like, hey, bro, I need to speak with you. Can you come over into this office? And so he comes with me. I said, Tyrone, I was just instructed by Molly, the manager, that I'm to terminate you and to fire you and walk you out of the building. And this is your last day. And he's like, what the fuck, motherfucker? Why? What the fuck? And I was like, well, listen, I think you can save your job. And I think it just requires an apology. And I would like to instruct you and coach you on an apology. And I will walk you into Molly's office and I will say, Molly, Tyrone wants to say something to you before, I walk him out of the building. And so I coached him for I'm not kidding you, maybe 1 to 3 hours. And I was like, this is because he couldn't get it. Like he really had a hard time. Maybe it was the way I was trying to because maybe I just needed to write it down and I needed to have him read it. That was probably the best way to help him save his job. Anyways, I walk him into Molly's office after 2 hours of getting him to repeat the same thing over and over again. And she says, what the fuck are you doing in my office? Can I help you? And I was like, Molly, before Tyrone left the building, he wanted to say something to you. And he says, wow, fuck, you want to fire me, bitch? And I was like, oh my fucking God. So I think I may have blocked and then said, sorry, man, you have to leave. So anyways, and when I walked him out and I said, listen, you got to remember that this job sucks. And when one door closes, another door opens and life is going to be great for you. And I don't think you need to worry about this. And, anyways, but that was even my projection. So anyways, I'm just trying to say that in Medina, when Muhammad issued the charter, there was a Mishling in a Jewish town. And when the charter was read as a proclamation, the Mishling, there were 2 Jews in the town that started arguing. And as the Mishling, I was just like, do you guys just not hear the proclamation? We're all fucked. And you guys are arguing? What are you guys arguing about? Hello?
I think this guy is new here, my friend. How long have you been here? What's your new topic?
How long have I been here?
Yeah.
What, on the app?
Yeah.
Too long, probably. I don't know. 2021?
Okay, good.
I've been on this app long enough that I used to think that John Kitover's name was Edmund and that he was British.
And we're gonna lose again. The only difference is, I believe China sat back and watched and said, "Yeah, we ain't gonna do what Japan did. We ain't gonna do that. Now we're gonna do things differently." And they're gonna be at their own game long term. This whole "I'm gonna use my ISO to keep you down" is only gonna work for so long. Because again, they were that big of a threat. How come we ain't Iran them yet? How come we ain't invaded them? Shock and awe, huh? Or because they're Chinese and I'm racist? How y'all shock and awe? Huh? How come? Okay, all right.
I didn't know that Sam was that irrational. I always thought that he was like a philosopher kind of level-headed type. But I guess he...
Yeah, he's hot-blooded. He's hot-blooded, but you see, this is the difference between like a Marcus Aurelius philosopher that believes in God and then like a gay academic philosopher atheist who just views it as like a dialectic, semantic, large language model or something like that, where like Alan Watts says they do philosophy 9 to 5 or something. So, but again, he went through, everybody has a broken heart. I think, I like to think about my life just in, there's a book, God, it's like the women of, I can't remember, some guy, or fuck, maybe it was like Aleister Crowley's wives. It's like a book about all the women that Aleister Crowley ever banged. It's like 400 women or something like that. But basically, imagine writing a book about every woman you ever slept with, every experience. Like, that's who you are. You're not just who, what your conditioning is. And you're just basically, I don't think we live inside our body. Meaning, like, I think we're actually outside our body. And the environment is really who and what you are. And your words are just so valuable that, God, you could be so rich, but if you got a bad attitude and you're angry all the time and you're a screamer, to me, it's just like bad for your nervous system. Like Taoistic meditation, Zen philosophy, Buddhism, Hinduism, to me, those people really know how to sit back and bust a nut and just relax, And I think our legal system here is like so restrictive that's the reason why we don't have more gurus and like chill societies, and we have horrific violent gun crime and YNs flashing their guns, rapping their drill music. I mean, we have a culture of death and terrorism internally and externally. I know there's crime in other countries, horrific crime, and mafia and gangsters and, horrible, trashy people that murder you for your fucking moped, or, light you on fire on a fucking train or slice your throat on a fucking train, horrible, despicable people that I wish we fucking, could do public executions with and make a whole Sunday out of it. I got no problems with that. I could live with that law, but I wouldn't call it the Ummah. I would just call it American jurisprudence. Hello?
I'm always so tickled when people insult me for being a piece of garbage or being a garbage bag and saying, "You're a trash bag. You're a piece of garbage." That's the whole point of self-deprecation. I got there first. I beat him to the punch.
Yeah. You technically You give people an out though. You give people, but when anyways.
I know, but imagine if I was like your friend, the guru, nature hero, and then they still called me a piece of fucking garbage.
Well, see, how's your new experiment going with your new phone?
I appreciate the accountability check. I haven't really had a chance to use it yet. I do have one excuse, which is that I did cut my thumb, severely cut my thumb. So I haven't really been doing
Oh my gosh.
because my thumb was cut. But I am going to do it, and I appreciate the accountability check.
Yeah, basket weaving can be dangerous. That's the one thing is cause and effect. Art and critic. Most critics don't know the sacrifices that the artist makes to create their criticism. That's why I really dislike critics. They're so obnoxious. It's their right, though, to be a critic. But it's your right to be an artist. And not many people think that Megatron is an artist, but I think he is a great artist. And same with Daniel Nero. And even Narges. Have you heard her sing her sexy French, music? Holy shit. That chick's a winner. So, Rabbonu Shalom, everybody. Welcome back to Bible, Quran, and Poems. I want to play you a poem from a Jew heart.
So I have a request, a poem from you, Mr.
Dr. Universe.
Yeah. Request. I want you to look up this person. You ready?
middle pillar. Take a seated position. While you are in this relaxed position and breathing rhythmically, we will do the middle pillar exercise. Sit upright in your chair, both feet on the floor, alert and fully relaxed. Join with me in this invocation. O Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, ruler of the light and the darkness, we adore thee and we adore. Favor upon me.
Got a pile of clothes you never wear anymore? Turn them into cash with Vinted. Snap a photo.
Invocation of Thoth. Procul, O procul esti profani, all lasti ompeda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ivy's head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein the path floateth over the foam. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on from the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kethra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Ptah when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Now that thy grace is between the light and the darkness, rising, blending, changing ever yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind has formed in its bosom, and earth has ever nourished the changeless guardian of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one may be obedient unto me.
Chicago babies.
A business partner says the lawsuit got resolved, but the details stay blurry. Been verified court cases help search court records across federal, state, and local courts, so it's easier to look up what happened with a case number. Tap below, enter a case number, see what you could find.
esti profani, all lusty on Peter. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ivy's head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onward the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein Ptah floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of news. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kefra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Ptah when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth has ever nourished the changeless guardian of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of burning air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast one may be obedient unto me. Invocation of Thoth. Procul, o procul esti profani, lasti peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the robe and cross of light and light, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my bones from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onward the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the way, wherein the stars float over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of music.
Inshallah.
I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorifying Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain,
Inshallah, though, my ancestor Muhammad and Allah.
For I am Ra incarnate, Kefra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as the Lord of power when he created his world. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in silence, unanswerable wisdom, all light, all power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever yet the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless guardian of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast one may be obedient unto me. Invocation of Thoth. Procul, O procul esti profani, all lusty, Pedo. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the centre of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floats over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise that flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kefra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Tar when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one may be obedient unto me. quod esti profani, all lasti pedo. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ivy's head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein Ptah floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kethra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of Ptah when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, all light, all power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, ascending, changing ever yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless guardian of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, every spell and scourge of God the vast one may be obedient unto thee. Invocation of Thoth. Procul, O procul esti profani, all lusty on Peter. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ivy's head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the cloud floateth over the throne. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Hepra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or life, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
So, Kitty, talk to me.
Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the
I just took my
Magi,
doggy for a long
thou
walk,
art the same
and
all
we were
present
playing
in
with
heaven and
explorers,
in
so I'm
hell.
tired, and
Thou that thy greatest
what
between
are you
the
doing?
light and the darkness,
Right now,
rising,
I'm going
ascending, changing ever yet ever the same.
How's
The
work?
sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind
And I
hath
listened
formed thee in
to
its bosom,
Ignorant University's
and
reading. It was pretty
earth
interesting
hath
listening
never
about
nourished
Moderna.
changeless guardian of thy youth.
Heard that
Oh,
part.
that's nonsense.
Come thou forth,
Doesn't prove
and make
anything.
all spirits subject.
But it's still the most interesting
That
conversation.
every
Andrew
spirit of the
sucks, children is retarded,
upon the earth and
and
under
I
the
went down the
earth,
hallway, there's
on
nothing else.
dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and
I mean, I
scourge of
popped
God
into
the
a room
gospel
with
may be
Laura,
obedient
and she was
unto
there
me.
with like some African thugs that were like criminals and out of it, and I was like, okay, cool, I'm a Christian. And then she laughed, and then they're like, they start asking like a bunch of weird questions of like, yeah, I don't want to answer them, and then basically kicked me from the room. So that's fine, I don't care. Yeah. Well, they stated that they're black and they're superior to me. I'm like, nah, I'm an American. Although I'm a woman, I'm white, and I'm better than you. And then they kicked me. But that's fine.
Okay.
So Daniel hasn't talked much. He's having a few messages. Hope he's well.
I think he just leaves his phone on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have any poems right now, but so there's a few more people piling in. What do you want to chat about?
Did you like the scriptures I brought up yesterday? Remember the day I was going over them with you?
Yes, I did. I even like the one yes, definitely. Especially when you make the understanding and correlation for me when I go from Daniel to the New Testament, where it's prophecy that is fulfilled, and you can have the full understanding and scope of where it's saying, like this is going to be a kingdom that's never ending. Hey, sorry, here's the squeaky toilet.
The invocation of Thoth. Procul, O procul esti profani, on lusty, on peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil.
It's difficult to talk to
O
somebody
thou
like that.
majesty of the Godhead,
What's his name?
wisdom crowned
Islamic.
Tahuti,
When he just
Lord of
wants,
the gates
not
of the
even him,
universe,
that was AJ, I think. Don't. He actually sounded like AJ, dude. Like he had like an open slate, an open mind, where he's like, just pretend as though I don't know anything and tell me from your perspective how you can come to this conclusion. And although he was a bit like a bit of a contrarian, he still was kind of at least giving it a fair shake, as opposed to others that don't want to hear it, don't believe it, and just want to argue, and then not even listen to why
Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace.
And why it's not the way it should be, and the way that they see our Bible is just being cut up.
I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again.
So, a lot of times I just say, hey, what's up, Simon? Inshallah.
Which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the
Where's universe? We were supposed to have this shit down
I am the
pat.
charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
But
O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bear to the house of rest,
Mr. Universe
pilot
probably
the
did.
ship of Rome, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven.
I'm gonna run because I'm just gonna cram all in. I'm gonna skip 40 minutes towards the end. I'm just gonna cram in a bunch of like just last second shit. See how good I do.
Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floats over the sun.
Yeah, but I can't do it
I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame from the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, celestial waters shall flow at my word.
The rabbi was in there.
For I am Ra incarnate, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu.
It was, he accidentally said
the God who commands is in my mouth.
He said, he said something about, I said, no, the Torah is not just for the Jews, it's for the world. He says, yeah, it's for the world when the Messiah comes.
My word is accomplished every day. And the desire of my heart,
he said that so fluid, like he didn't even realize what he was saying.
the tar when he created his work. I am eternal. All things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power.
He's our rabbi.
Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity.
He's got some questions about the
Come
Bible.
thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of thee. Thou of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that lies greatest between the light and the darkness, rising, ascending, changing ever yet ever. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its womb, and earth and
there is no biblical reference to that.
I know. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it
To
either.
make all spirits subject to my school, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of the vast one, may be obedient unto me.
Oh, we never bring it up in here. That time is not allowed in here, actually.
Yeah. That is one of his standing rules. Now, if it's a different room and something gets brought up,
You know what it is? He's so used to probably not talking about it in here that he probably didn't notice that we don't bring that's one of the rules.
It is like a standing rule. Islamic rule. So
It's like salt pump. Yeah, we don't bring that up. Listen,
it's kind of like being a dead horse.
It's not in the Quran. That's probably why we don't bring it up. There is a reference of two wives, though. I'm not exactly sure what two wives are being mentioned, but there is, I think it's a story about two women or something like that. That's about it. The only one the woman mentioned is Mary, the the mother of God. She's the only one that's mentioned. So. But yeah, have you ever been to a mass? Have you ever sat through it? You know, I've never been to a mosque.
Been to a mosque, but
Yeah.
I've sat through mass.
Have you ever sat through you know, I've been to like maybe a small chapel,
Invocation
any
of
kind of church.
Procul, O Procul esti profani, all lusty Pompeo. In the name of the mighty and terrible one,
Yes, that is when someone gets confirmed, or the first communion.
Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of
Yeah. Oh, so if you sat in the first communion, you're good.
from the veil.
Yeah, you know what it's about.
O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti,
A lot of standing, sitting down, kneeling,
thee,
and then we stand up again.
O thou of the ibis head,
But yeah, we have these little pews that we kneel on.
thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee.
But other than that, that's it.
Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and light, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again.
Those people
Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung.
I don't know. I just see that
life
environment
unto
is
the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe.
very high toxic environment.
I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe.
Yeah, that might be a big experience for you. For me, I wouldn't be able to sit there.
Ever advancing onwards,
even trying to protect.
Lord of the shrine, which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floats over the throne. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye.
That is pretty interesting. What Bible were they using? Were they using the New England, the New Translation? The New World?
If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kefra, created in the flesh.
You know,
I am the idol of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth.
But I mean, I'm going to obvious places. But for the most part, it's almost the same.
My word is accomplished every day. And the desire of my heart,
for example, like Isaiah 9, it says the same exact thing. Except it changes one word, and then it makes the whole thing big.
As my designs, therefore do all things obey my word.
Prince of Peace.
Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine
abode. And I think they changed the Father part.
Unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So,
you know, like key ones like that I know.
Odin, whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, Thou art the same all
There's a guy on here that is Mormon, has 3 wives.
Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness,
He's probably
rising,
joking around.
descending,
I don't
changing
know.
ever
He sounded
and
pretty
ever the
serious about
same.
it.
The sun is thy father.
Andrew used to be. Andrew's father was born or some shit
The
like that.
wind has born thee in his bosom, and earth has ever nourished
Mormon?
the change
Yeah, he says it.
Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me.
I have sympathy for some of these people that
Upon the earth and under the earth, on dry
Yeah,
land
I mean,
and
that
in
would deter me
water,
from
of roaring air and of
Jesus
refreshing
and
fire,
being part of
and
my faith.
every
If
spell
I
and
had to be
scourge of
forced into
God's
something
vast
that was
one
so
may be
opposite
obedient
from
unto
truth,
me.
for sure. Yeah, but you're down with having a couple wives, right? Well, I think it's acceptable, is it not? I could be wrong, but like, I thought that they were allowed to. I mean, they have to follow certain rules and stuff, but as long as they take care of their wife, then they can.
It's acceptable, Kitty. Where I live, it's very commonplace.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Nobody gives 2 hoots about if somebody's got 2 or 3 or 4 or the 5th or 6th also. The 5th and 6th, provided he's divorced one first, one or 2.
I'm just saying, like, I know me, certain times of the month, I can be a little moody, whatever. I get on even Megatron's nerves. I couldn't imagine a dude having to put up with, like, 2 or 3 or 4 or 6 of these.
Well, you have to be ranked. They have to rank you.
God bless, man. Come on.
Yeah.
And if I could just be on like fish detail, and maybe watch the kids every other Wednesday, I'd be cool with that, I guess.
Islam Pro. What's interesting about the Mormons, right, is that they're very community oriented. In the sense they're almost like the Jews. They keep to themselves, but they invest the money back into themselves. And whatever work you have, you can put a certain amount of your pay back into the church, and the more money you put, the higher rank you might have. And they actually, what's cool about them is that they do everything through like the business, and they can see like their house is somewhat like a temple. So once you get it in, you could possibly not have to pay taxes, so on and so forth. And fill it up, please.
Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and light.
I live in New York right now.
Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemesis as the night sky blue.
And a little dirty.
Thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace.
Once you're up in the upper echelons, you're involved in some of these businesses that they do.
Behold,
and they're very,
I am yesterday,
they make a lot of money.
today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein to pass close over the sun. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kethra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the star when he created his work. I am eternal. Therefore, all things are as my design. Therefore, do all things obey my word.
It's only 27 seconds. I wanted to show it. As long as
I was going to look different like that.
Can I just show it to him really quick?
Is it more common in the U.S.? Because the Mormons are not a big population.
Mercury, Odin.
Just watch that. It's only 27 seconds.
By whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell.
I don't know.
Thou that vibratest
I see it being a culture thing. I think also with the females.
Rising, ascending, changing ever yet ever the same. The sun is thy
I know the guys in the
wind has blown
what you call it in the Islam. I mean the Quran only group. The camera and those guys. I like to bring up that shit. I looked that up, but that's not Quran. That's culture in Africa. They just have to be Muslim.
Upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's advanced ones may be obedient unto me.
Yeah. Oh yeah, big time. There's even older religions in Russia, like the Turks. There's done tons of different types of Turkish people, right? In Asia, what they call it, in Russia. There's so many different cultural groups there. Really, really old ones.
Would you want to have multiple wives? Well, I'm saying, okay, let's pretend like you had all the money in the world and you can afford it. Then would you want to?
In America, you'd be broke if they broke up with you.
Yeah, man.
Right? So,
new tax laws for divorcees and widowers that they get like a bigger chunk of the taxes as for being divorced.
I proclaim that I have banished the shell.
Yeah, I forgot. I'll have to show it to you, man. It just passed in like the beginning of April.
I invoke Tahuti,
yeah,
Lord of wisdom.
my friend actually got it.
The God
like 15 grand.
O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Targuti, Lord of the gates of the universe.
Oh my God! Like 700 concubines? Are you serious?
Thou of the ivy's head, thee, iron. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power.
Yeah, you want to deal with that many nagging women? Think about my boys, but about like 700.
The rose and cross of light and life, thee, iron.
That's so funny.
Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemesis as the night sky blue, thee, iron. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee, iron.
She starts to speak.
Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are surrounded, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the
I mean, you can always stay with one. You can always stay with one and then just like have.
He is in me, and I in him. Mine is the reason wherein the tar floats over the furnace. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of the earth. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye. Ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word.
Imps don't have spectacles.
For I am Ra incarnate, Kethra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father the moon, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Tar when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin,
Sergio, do you know that story where
thou art still nameless to
I think it's in
eternity.
Genesis,
Come thou forth,
where they made the
I
men get circumcised and they killed them for raping the sister of one of the Jews.
that didst conduct the Magi. Thou art the same, all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, ascending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father.
It didn't seem like he was very happy about it, though, right?
The wind hath formed thee in its bosom, and earth hath never nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament do not be found upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of the whirling air and of the rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast mind may be obedient unto me.
The city's name was Shechem.
Okay, question from Moshi, and the answer is, despite King Solomon famously having 700 wives and 300 concubines, the Bible is surprisingly quiet about his children. Only 3 are mentioned by name, and all of them appear to have been relatively early in his life. It says while statistically he had many more, the Bible narrative focuses only on those relevant to the royal administration and succession. There's Rehoboam, his only named son, and the one who succeeded him as king, his mother Naham, and a Maimedite princess. Unfortunately, Rehoboam is the mostly remembered for his poor judgment shortly after taking the throne. His refusal to lighten the labor taxes his father had imposed led to massive rebellion, splitting the kingdom of Israel in 2. And then the other 2 are Tephath, one of Solomon's daughters. She was married to the son of Abinadab, who was one of Solomon's 12 district governors. Then there's Basmath, another daughter who was married to, I'm going to screw this one up, Abinadab, the governor of the region of Naphtali. I really butchered all of those, I'm sorry. And then, let's see if there's anything else more interesting. In other traditions, Solomon is credited with more children. The most famous example is from Kitover and Nasus, an Ethiopian national epic, which claims that the Queen of Sheba born Solomon a son named Enlil. First, according to the tradition, Enlil became the first emperor of Ethiopia, beginning a royal line that claimed descendants from Solomon for thousands of years.
I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke.
Moshe, you think he was upset because they shouldn't kill over rape?
Thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power,
He was a righteous man, and he
thee I invoke.
he wasn't
Thou
happy.
who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee,
Because they
thee I
you
invoke.
have to look at it this way.
Thou whose head is as an
Literally,
emerald,
the guy was
and thy
married
neck
with
as
her
the night sky
in
blue,
spite of
thee I invoke.
he has rebellion.
Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a
So
furnace,
Jacob was probably thinking,
thee,
okay, why not
thee I
let
invoke.
him marry him? Let them get married, and
Behold,
okay, then the problem is
I am
always settled.
yesterday,
Yeah, but they were
today,
Canaanites.
and the brother of tomorrow.
Yeah, they were Canaanites.
I am
There's no
born
scope to
again
settle
and again.
and then they
Mine
agreed
is
to
the
get
unseen force,
circumcised,
whereof
and
the
that
gods
was
are strong,
somehow
which is as
accepted
light
to
unto
Jacob.
the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe.
The sons, they were not willing to
I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
Back in a second.
O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany
I
the
said, do you
beard of
think
the
it's
house
the
of
West Side
rest,
Story of the
who
Bible?
pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards to the heights of heaven,
The West Side Story.
Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth.
What's that? The West Side.
Okay.
He is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein the fog floats over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on to the splendor of the daily glorified Lord, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, celestial waters shall flow at my word.
Nobody can hear you.
For I am Ra incarnate, Ephra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tammuz, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips.
Yeah, I was here earlier.
My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realize myself as an of the tower.
Man, did you ever square that little rabbit hole that you guys are going down?
I am eternal. Therefore, all things are as my designs. Therefore, do all things obey my word. Therefore, do thou come forth me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, all light, all power. So, Hermes, Mercury,
What's the land of God?
by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell.
Is a rabbit hole?
Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father. Thy mother the moon. The wind hath formed thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless guardian of light. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject, so that every spirit of the firmament is of the eternal.
Oh, you heard him with that slip up? You heard him with the slip up, right? Yeah, I got him good on that one.
Of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast mind may be obedient unto thee.
It's just interesting that they're viewed like God is theirs. God belongs to them. You know what I'm saying? It's like how the Jews.
They just proved Jesus was true by making that statement, you know that?
Yeah.
You know, there's a part of me that thinks that they know he is. It's hard not to accept.
Yeah, I know, man. They
were hoping too. They're like, you know, it could have worked.
Yeah. I think they, yeah, it's one of those, it's one of those weird situations, man, where it's like, he could be to them, but then they've been taught for so many years that to just reject it, that it's like, that's something that I don't know.
It's the Judas, you know, like Judas. It's like that thing that's in the back.
Invocation of Thoth. Procul, O procul esti profani, all lusty Peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells until their habitation.
Listen, how do you feel about Daniel's PTR?
I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil.
Daniel's PTR.
O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke.
Yeah.
O thou of the ibis head, thee.
I'm telling you, Jason, that Judas reference, yeah, for that.
Thee.
It's
talking about like the
Judas.
Yeah. The rose and cross of light and light. Thee. Thee I invoke.
Well, we gotta think about it, right?
Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy limbs as the night sky.
I'm just talking about myself. So basically what I'm saying is that it's always going to be a question whether if he really is the Messiah. So you have that one person only contemplating.
I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung. which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the path floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word.
I'm always going to be in question whether if it was really him or not. Isn't that what Judas was always contemplating?
In the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father to move, Lord of the city of the sun.
Like, does this get me closer to being a Jew?
Is in my mouth.
Making sure these sort of, heretical people are taken out.
My tongue is the sanctuary
or really
of truth,
was he
and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes.
I think that's the interesting part about it.
The tower when he created his works. I am eternal. Therefore all things are as my designs. Therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, all light, all power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness.
But like, what is the Old Testament without the New Testament?
Changing ever, yet ever the same.
Like, no one's going to read that book. It's going to be like the Iliads.
Thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth.
It's just lost literature.
Come thou forth, I say.
No, but it's the truth.
And make all spirits subject unto thee.
Yeah.
Every spirit of the firmament is of the
Well, because sometimes I hear them out. And it's true. The only reason why we're digging into the Old Testament is because of Jesus.
And every spell and scourge of God's vast mind may be obedient unto me.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, go for it.
Alright, this is one of the Elsa Hadiths. Are you familiar with how Muhammad had to strength with Iman? There's a Sahi that he had to strength with Iman, and then there's two different hadiths about what he did in the desert to obtain that strength. That you're gonna have to look that up yourself.
I thought you were going to give us a new one. Like, we've heard the El Zoot so many times. I thought you were going to give me, like, I thought you would bring something new. Oh, man.
Yeah, Rabbi, you gotta get in the bag, man. You gotta get in your bag a little bit deeper.
Yeah, bro. Come on, man. Yeah.
We'll give you 5 minutes. You gotta come up with another one.
Rabbi, I want to hear about the one in which the castle or the palace of Damascus was lit up when he was born.
Oh, I don't know about this one.
Oh, Jason, you haven't heard that one?
Well, before you go, I'm sitting down. Go ahead, tell me the story.
Rabbi, you don't know that one?
I'd love to hear it.
Oh, I wish I could just read it out.
Why are we surrounded by a lot of monkeys?
Oh, that one goes something like this.
Procul est profani. All lusty on Peter. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitation. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom's crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke.
Mine doesn't glow.
O thou of the ivy's head, thee I invoke.
It's amazing, man.
Thou who
They
wieldest the
have
wand
to
of
match up
double
with
power,
Jesus, man.
thee I invoke. Thou who
Like, who is his mother went to hell? His mother's in hell.
and cross of
What are you
light
gonna
and
glorify
light,
her for?
thee I invoke.
It was probably
Thou
burning
whose
up. That's
head
probably
is
why I
as
lit
an
up the
emerald,
place.
and
Probably
thy
on
name
fire.
as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke.
Did you ever hear why the Muslims are so mad at me? Did I ever tell you about the A&E special that I concocted?
I am born again and again.
What is that?
Mine
So
is
it's
the
how the
unseen
prophet died.
force whereof the gods are
Right?
sprung,
And he got
which is
the
as light
Jewish girl.
unto the dwellers in the
brought her
watchtowers
back.
of the universe.
But remember, he also
I am the charioteer
Maria,
of the east,
or
Lord
whatever
of
her
the
name is, the
past and of
Coptic
the
girl.
future. I see by mine own inward light,
So,
Lord of
think about
resurrection who
this.
cometh forth from the dust,
So Aisha
and my birth
now
is
is
from
no
the house
longer
of
by
death.
herself.
O ye
He
two
has the
divine
Coptic
hawks upon
slave,
your
and then
pinnacles,
now she
who
gets the
keep
Jewish
watch
girl.
over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of
So now
death,
it's three of them.
who pilot the ship of Rome,
But
ever
now,
advancing
you see,
onward, the heights of
because
heaven,
Aisha
Lord of the
never
shrine,
reacted the way she should
standing
have,
in the earth.
and continued to be with this man who he was,
He is in me,
she started
and
blaming
I in
herself
him. Mine is
now
the radiance, wherein
the
the
death
cloud floats over the firmament.
of
I
the
travel
Jewish
upon
girl
high.
and the
I
Coptic.
tread upon the firmament of news. I raise a flashing flame with the
And she
lightning of
ultimately
mine
is the one who
eyes,
killed him.
ever rushing on from the splendor
I mean,
of
if
the
you think
daily
about it, I mean, it's just my
wrath,
story. You know, it's
giving
my
my
A&E
life to
special.
the dwellers
Like
of earth.
afternoon.
If I say,
Picture.
come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my
The other
will.
one you had, did she have a box?
For I am Ra
Well,
incarnate,
did she have a box? That's a good one.
created in the flesh.
Did you know about that one,
I
Kitty?
am the eidolon of my
Wait
father
a minute, what box are
Lord
we
of the
talking
city
about,
of
big
the
guy?
sun.
Did Aisha literally have a box?
Is in my
Because I'm starting
The
to
God
think
of
that
wisdom is in my heart.
maybe, just
My tongue
maybe,
is
it
the
wasn't a
sanctuary
female.
of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips.
But there is no evidence to
My
back it up.
word is accomplished every day,
What am I going to do?
and the desire of my heart realizes
Hide the bodies in?
as that of
Are we
power
talking
when he
about slang
created
for
his world.
poontang?
Yeah, we're
I
talking
am
slang for
eternal.
Poontang.
Therefore, all things are as my designs.
I don't think she had
Therefore,
one.
do all things obey my
Should be
word.
born without a box.
Therefore, do thou come
She got a
forth unto me
mangina.
from thine abode in
Oh,
silence,
little mangina.
unutterable
Yeah.
wisdom, all light, all power.
Claims are evidence.
These are just claims. I don't really have.
By whatever name I call thee,
I
thou
don't
art
really
still
have,
nameless to eternity.
But I would think,
Come
you
thou
know, somebody
forth, I
with
say, and aid and guard me in
that
this
kind of
work.
stature would possibly
Thou,
get
star
her
of
to
the
have
east, that didst conduct the
so many
Magi,
concubines.
thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, ascending, changing ever yet ever the same.
I don't know.
The sun is thy father.
Do you sleep on a bed full of titties
Thy
or
mother
something?
the moon. The
It's
wind
like, that's what I
hath
mean.
something
Like,
in its
these
bosom,
stories have to be
and
made up.
earth has ever nourished the changeless guardian of thy youth. Come thou forth, I
mean, they could be true. I mean,
and make all spirits subject unto me.
I just think that they made him out to be like they put everything on him so that it was acceptable for them. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense. Yeah, absolutely. And they have it written here in Quran that if they need to lie for like 3 reasons, which are insane, then they can do it. So it really just plays into
the guy Muhammad was probably like a really good dude, but then they like, you know, when they wrote these stories about him, they just like smeared his name so that they could do whatever it is they wanted to do. It's my
like a good dude, but like just a regular dude, you know?
He's probably just a regular guy, and then like, you know, somebody that told stories and was trustworthy.
But it could also be that if this Muhammad was a title for those exilarchs you keep hopping about.
Oh, I know it is.
Yeah, and if each of those exilarchs or some of those exilarchs had all these quirks or all these perversions, you know, and then they conflated all these perversions into the character of one man. Like one of them had a 6-year-old wife, the other one, you know, like
you know that what's his name figured it out. Like if you go down that rabbit hole, you can find out that there was prophecies about someone that's so if you look at the person that was in charge of the Exelon right before the new guy came in. So in other words, there was a leader of the Exelon that was alive during the time of Muhammad.
I proclaim that I have banished the
So he would have either known him or he would have been part of that group.
I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil.
And if there were Jews going down to Medina,
wisdom crowned
down to
Lord of the gates of the universe,
Mecca,
thee I invoke.
Start an army.
O thou of the ivy's head,
makes sense.
Thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power,
Then, you know, give him a prophet. Give him a language.
Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life.
Yeah, and maybe one of the exilarchs became prominent and powerful.
Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemesis as the night sky blue.
Major cities.
Thee I invoke.
The thing that he was just in here saying.
Is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace. Thee I invoke.
The rules of Medina.
Behold,
the Constitution of Medina.
I am
You ever read this?
Today, and the brother of tomorrow.
Well, this Constitution of Medina, I mean, most of these rules are just for the Jews.
Mine is the unseen force.
They're just to protect the Jews, protect the Jews.
Which is as life.
And then what? And then they perfected it when they get up to the Exelon?
I am the charioteer of the east.
What the fuck did you? What are these better than? What? Honestly, what are these Oreshi Bedouin pagans know anything about establishing the law? This is like fantasy shit, bro. This is just the fucking Jews.
Watch over the universe. Ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest. Pilot the ship of Rome, ever advancing onward to the heights of heaven. Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the path floats over the pond. I travel on high. I tread upon the firmament of news. I wave a flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye. Ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth.
See, I'm home.
If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kethra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a God sitteth
They didn't
upon my lips.
codify the language even. Not even
My
codify
word
the
is
language.
accomplished every day.
Until like
And the
the
desire
year
of my
1000.
heart realizes itself.
You know, they have 4 different scripts, 4 different ways to write.
I am eternal.
You know, you can't ignore that, Jaws. And then at the same time, you know, they need a book burning. Like, what the fuck? What is going on?
Therefore do thou come forth unto
What is
me
going
from
on?
thine abode.
And then they're doing this book burning to preserve it. And then later on, you realize they don't even have possession of their own text. Like it's all over the world. It's like they didn't give a shit about it. It was a cultish movement to get the Jews back and fucking
Come thou forth, I say,
you know,
and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou starvest the east, that didst conduct the Magi. Thou art the same, all present in heaven and
they
in
kick the
hell.
Jews, when they kick the Muslims out, they kick the Jews out.
Between the light and the darkness,
Gotta be a reason why.
ascending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom.
That's not what it's saying.
Hath ever nourished the chambers guardian of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, on morning air and on flashing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's divine may be obedient unto thee.
They couldn't conquer Rome, which would have been big for them. They won. I mean, they had Jerusalem for a little bit, but then they lost it to the occupation. I mean, wherever they went, they always had these special fucking rules. You know, they had it with the Germans, they had it with the Persians, they had it with the Romans, and with the Turks. Like everywhere they went, they had their own rules. Were allowed to practice. So who knows? I personally think it's too fucking obvious that they were the one who started it. It's just too obvious. I mean, why does like Jewish literature just stop? Focused on writing hadiths or you know, starting up a new government. These people were perfectly okay with being ripped up. This is the reason why they were never allowed to be priests or be part of the clergy in the beginning. Because they could corrupt them again. Which they probably had the hand to corrupt them if they wanted to.
Procul esti profani, all lusty, pedo. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitation. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the Irish head,
In the medieval period?
thee I invoke.
They say it's the
Thou
first
who
time.
wieldest the wand of double power, thee
little
I
innovation.
invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, The iron.
Gotta be no to literacy rate
Thou
is
whose
really low.
head is as an emerald, and thy
Already started
neck
to
as
happen
the night
in
sky
August.
blue.
Because the printing press.
The iron coat. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace. The iron coat. Behold, I am yesterday, today,
the printing
and
press
the
really
mother of
works out.
tomorrow. I am born again and again.
100%.
Mine is the unseen
Literacy
force,
rate is just
whereof the
up so
gods are
much.
strong, which is as light
100
unto
years
the
after.
dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future.
And how smart would they
I
be to
see
say,
by
hey,
mine
this
own
just
inward
keep
light,
these people stupid?
Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the
Why
dust,
should they have to know how to read?
and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the
Makes
universe,
sense.
ye who accompany the bier to the house of
No, we're not
rest,
talking about black people.
pilot the ship of Rome, ever advancing onward the heights of heaven,
Oh yeah,
Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about Jews. Honestly, but I mean, I'm speculating.
Behold,
No,
he
we're
is
talking
in
about
me, and
how
I
they
in
started
him.
Islam.
Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high.
I think
tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up
I think it was out of the bag, like, the trick was out of the bag. Like, Stan figured it out.
Render of the daily glorified, raw, giving my life
I
to
think
the
they figured
dwellers
it
of
out.
earth.
That's why they kicked the fuck out of it.
If I say, come up
Thinking the
upon
whole
the
thing was a
mountain,
Ponzi scheme.
the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kefra, created in the flesh.
Yeah, that's my
I
take
am
on
the
it.
idol of my father Tanu, Lord of the city
I
of
just
the
think
crown.
they
The God who
started, they
commands
try to start
is
a
in
book
my
about
mouth.
or something.
The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tar when he created his works. I am eternal. Things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence,
Being spoken about in Daniel 7,
all light,
verse
all
11.
power. So, Hermes,
I think that's one of the, that's one of the four,
by whatever name I
that's
call
the thing
thee,
that's going
thou
around in
art
the
still
circle,
nameless to eternity.
right? What?
Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
Doesn't he slang something?
Thou,
That
star
he's
of
allowed
the
to
east,
live?
that didst conduct the Magi,
Isn't that it?
thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell.
Verses like this. Then I
Thou
kept watching because of
between
the
the light
arrogant
and the
words the
darkness,
horn was
rising,
speaking.
descending,
The arrogant
changing
words
ever
the
and
horn
ever the
was
same.
You gotta start at
The
verse
sun
1
is
if you
thy
understand
father,
that. You have to go back to
thy
verse
mother
1.
the moon.
Start from
The
verse
wind
1 and
hath
you'll
formed
understand.
thee in its bosom, and earth hath never nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits not to serve, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, of the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water,
So what are they talking about? Aren't they talking about like that man that's in
and
Ezekiel?
every spell and scourge of God's divine one may be obedient unto me.
No, this is talking about the four beasts that come out of the sea. Each one different from the others. Then one goes into the details about each one of those beasts, but this one is the one which caught my attention. Verse 11.
Okay, so it's not the same vision, right? But they're closely related. With it's closely related theophanies, visions of God's throne. that spare deep symbolic overlap. So the wheels, the wheels
throne vision. No, the throne vision is only from 9 to 10.
No, pay attention. The wheels within wheels, right? This is the Oraphim, or wherever it is. Covered in eyes, symbolizes omniscience. The four living creatures, the cherubim, the face, the man, the lion, the ox, the eel. The eagle.
That's
God is like you. Yes. So you have the four beasts, exactly. So in Daniel, you have the four beasts rising from the sea, from the sea, which are kingdoms. The Ancient of Days sits on the throne, and it's a flames of fire, wheels burning like fire. It's a courtroom scene, and judges' books are open.
I proclaim that I have banished the shell
to connect them. And the overlap is both visions include the divine throne, the fire imagery, the wheels connected to the throne, and the heavenly court structure.
O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee.
His throne was fairy flames. Its wheels were burning fire. It's a direct conceptual echo of Ezekiel 1. I mean, they're not the same vision.
I agree.
The challenge.
Cross of light and light, thee.
Yeah.
Thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald,
The Megatron?
and thy nemesis
Nine
in the
and
night
10 is
sky
about
blue,
the throne and heaven
thee.
and about the
Thee I
judge,
invoke.
about
Thou whose skin
the
is
Son
as
of Man,
flaming
the
orange
Ancient
as
of
though it
Days,
burned in a furnace,
sitting on his throne to
thee.
judge.
Thee I invoke.
That's what I'm
Behold,
looking for.
I am yesterday,
Yeah, what is
today,
so
and the
what is
brother of
11
tomorrow.
say?
I am born again and again.
Then I kept watching because of the
Mine
arrogant
is the
words the
unseen
horn
form,
was speaking,
whereof the
and
gods
as
are
I
strong,
continued to watch,
which
the
is
beast
as
was
light
slain,
unto
and
the
its
dwellers in
body
the
was
watchtowers
destroyed
of the universe.
and thrown into the blazing fire.
I am the
These are the same
charioteer of
words
the
of
east,
John
Lord of
in
the causes
Revelation
of the
20.
future. I see by mine own
beast,
inward light,
the
Lord
false
of
prophet,
resurrection who
and
cometh
the
forth from
dragon
the dust,
were all thrown
and my
into the
birth is from the house
blazing
of death.
fire.
O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to
So
the
this
house
is
of
talking
rest,
about these arrogant
who
words the
pilot the
horn
ship
was
of
speaking.
wrong,
These arrogant
ever
words are coming
advancing
from the
onward
mouth of
to
the
the
false
heights of
prophet.
heaven,
This horn
Lord of the
is
shrine
also
which
the
standeth in
false
the center
prophet
of
and
the
his
earth.
followers. That's what I think it means.
Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the region wherein the star floats over the firmament.
Is about the
I
same
travel
thing
upon
as
high.
the book
I
of
tread
Revelation
upon the firmament
completed.
anew. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eyes, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glory by God, giving my light to the dwellers of earth.
And in the
If
book of
I say,
Revelation, John
come up
says
upon the
that
mountain,
the
blessed
Lamb
waters shall
is
flow at
the
my
one
word.
to break open those seals.
For I am Ra incarnate.
So the book which was sealed during the time of Daniel is opened.
I am the
time
eidolon of
John
my father
by
Tanu,
the Lamb of
Lord
God
of the city of the
after
sun.
Jesus' time.
The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the
They're
star when
saying
he
it's the
created
Greek
his
Empire.
world. I am eternal. Therefore, all things are as my design. Therefore, do all things obey my word. Therefore, do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, all light, all power.
And in 7, it's talking about the 4th beast and this verse in 7 is the 4th beast, but from 2 to 6 in our description of the different beasts, the 4 different beasts, which are the vision of in the dream of Nebuchadnezzar itself. They are the same beasts.
Thou art the same also in heaven and in hell.
Chapter 2 of Revelation.
Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same.
The book of Revelation, Daniel's reference 7:13 and 7:13, but it's in chapter 1 and 2. I think I'm looking for it.
Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject.
Yeah, of course, this is about the Son of Man, and the Son of Man on his throne.
On the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the last one may be obedient unto me.
Okay, so 7:13 says, in my vision at night I looked, and there before me was like a son of man, coming with the clouds of heaven. He approached the Ancient Days and was led to his presence. So if you go to Revelation, and then it says, Revelation chapter 1, one verse, let's see, we started I'll just start at verse 5, it's the beginning of the paragraph. It says, to him who loves us and freed us from our sins by his blood, and has made us be a kingdom and priests to serve his God and Father, to him be the glory and power forever and ever. Amen. Look, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, and even those who pierced him, and all peoples on earth will mourn because of him. So shall be. Amen. I am the Alpha and the Omega, said the Lord God, who is, who was, and who is to come almighty. So I'm thinking that while they're referencing Daniel 7:13, yeah, they're referencing the fact that it's Jesus. I mean, it's clear as day to me, because if you can finish it out, it says, like we read Megatron and I yesterday, he was given authority, glory, and sovereign power. All nations and people of every language worship him. His dominion is everlasting dominion that will not pass away. His kingdom is one that will never be destroyed. So that prophecy comes to pass when John explains it to Jesus in chapter 1 of Revelation, right?
Oh, procul esti
I agree, totally agree to the end. I'm not talking about 7:13.
In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim
the slave beast,
unto their habitation.
Yeah, that just completely confuses me, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, it's just weird, and I wish that I had an understanding.
It's not the slave beast. I'm particularly interested in the horn that speaks arrogant words. The horn that speaks arrogant words.
That's Antiochus of Ephesus.
So,
thou who wieldest the wand of double power,
of a fusion of the
he's just a tiny character in the Holy Spirit. He's a little character, man.
The Iron Host.
This little horn comes out after the 4 beasts. You understand? The 4 beasts are down, and it's after the 4 beasts. You remember the other vision where you have a ram coming from the east? No, a goat coming. Where is that? Goat
I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again.
I think I got it, buddy.
Mine is the unseen force, whereof the gods are
actually, wait 1 second. I can
which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe.
I don't know.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future.
I'm sure.
I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust,
That should give you direct access to it. It says in Daniel 7, the vision of the little horn speaking with arrogance for great words is a significant prophetic image. To understand what this means, it helps us look at the symbolic language used in the passage and the historical theological context. In the symbolism of the horn, in the biblical prophecy, horns typically symbolize power, strength, and specific rulers in the kingdom. And that is what Megatron was saying. The fourth beast, the little horn, emerges from a terrifying fourth beast, often identified as the Roman Empire. The little horn, although so small, it grows to a more imposing than the others. It represents a specific leader or power structure that rises to prominence by displacing other horns in ancient kingdoms. The arrogance signifies the mouth speaking great things, Daniel 7, 8, 11, and 20. Refers to a specific type of prideful defiance. Most scholars and theologians interpret this arrogance through three main lenses. Blasphemy against the divine. That the great words are generally understood as claims that challenge the authority of God, as in Daniel 7:25. It explicitly says that power shall speak words against the Most High. Second point being persecution of the faithful. The arrogance isn't just verbal, it translates into action. The horn uses its perceived greatness to wear out the saints of the Most High, signifying a period of intense religious political oppression and then self-exaltation. The horn claims for itself powers that belong only to God, such as the intent to change the times of the law. This represents a total rejection of divine word in favor of its own human or diabolical order. And then you can read on to the end.
Kiki, I agree with all of this, okay, but who suits this narrative perfectly? Who in history? Who always promoting history?
And I be honest, now, it suits Islam, it suits the right now,
that's what I'm saying. The arrogance, the violence, the
persecution of the saints.
It's going on even now.
That gave me chills. But not really, because I know where I'm going, man. Like, I remind myself.
Change the times, right? You even change the times. Calendar, it's the calendar of the Hijra.
Wow. Now you're trying to get this? This is some juicy stuff.
And never nourished change
trying to change the times,
come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject, so that every spirit of the government of the east, on the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in water, floating air and of a flashing fire, and every cell and surge of God's loved ones may be obedient unto thee.
Everything is significant that God did on the earth. That is this arrogance. This arrogance is the arrogance, the total arrogance that spoke to the mouth of one man or several men or the whole followers of this one man or this one movement. They are against the Almighty God. They are against everything that the Bible stands for, everything against Judaism and Christianity, against Christ himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very evident that
this little horn, you remember, I don't recall which prophecy it is. There's a ram and there's a goat, and I think the ram is the Persian Empire, the Persian and the Mede Empire, and the goat that comes from the west, that is the Greek Empire, comes and
Roman Empire, yeah.
It's actually Alexander who comes and destroys the combined Persian and Mede Empire, right? So then after
I remember.
So then the Greek Empire is followed by the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire is followed by the Byzantines. The Byzantines have a very long war with the Persians, and at the end of the war between the Persians and the Byzantines, what you have is the Islamic Empire.
That's the little horn that comes out of destruction of the Byzantine
Procul, O procul esti profani, all lusty,
Makes total sense to me,
unpaid.
man.
In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells until their habitation. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veils. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ivy's head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and light,
like Old Testament to New Testament, highlighting
thee I
certain parts. Now I catch myself doing
thou
it
whose
as
head
I'm
is
reading,
as an
even
emerald,
parts of when Jesus is
and
speaking,
thy
especially
limbs as
Matthew,
the night
he's
sky
referring
blue.
to Malachi, and he's
Thee I
referring to
invoke.
Jeremiah, and he's referring to
Thou
Isaiah, and
whose
he's
skin
referring to
is of
Hosea, and
flaming
like
orange as though it burned in a furnace,
so
thee
evident to me.
I
It's like
invoke.
it stands out. It's like the words just pop out.
Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force, whereof the gods are dwell, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the
Absolutely.
universe.
That's exactly what's happening.
I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe.
Well, hey, I'm gonna jump off here for a little bit. It was really nice talking to you, always
Who
is.
pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on from the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kethra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Ptah when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, all light, all power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's vast mind may be obedient unto me. Invocation of faith. Procul, o procul esti profani, on lasti, on peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil.